Okay, I think we are live on both YouTube and Twitch, and everything seems to be working. Please let me know if everything is okay with sound. Should be fine, right? The correct mic is working, and we are live. It's been quite some time, but here we are. Flanker is back with his disposable coffee cup. Hot coffee with milk. And we are back to Ashes of Creation. Why are you playing on Polar? Because this phase I'm playing on an A, and I was looking for a guild, and Polar invited me. Despite the, the fact that we had some beef in the past and a little bit of drama, we kind of spoke about it. Everything is settled, and here I am. Because basically, like, I know EU guilds, right? And I don't know anything about NA guilds. So, trying to find like a hardcore one is no easy task, because there's a lot of them, and I'm like, I can't be asked. And then I got a DM and I'm like, wait, are you serious? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, let's talk. And we talked. And then I was like, okay, let's give it a try. Interview went fine, everything was fine, and I'm like, okay, why not? Server is Resna. Right, I actually need to come back to New Ayla, and since we are far, we're gonna commit some act of not surviving, let's put it this way, right? Your game looks so much cleaner than mine. Can you share your graphic settings? Yeah, I play on, wait, what? Why is it 1920? Hello? There we go. Accept. Or we're fine. Just noticed it. Everything is pretty much ultra and epic. The only difference, and apparently they've done it this phase to reduce the potential issues, is that previously when you played on the settings, like with DLSS and quality, you could, like, the slider was not locked, so you could put it to 100 and it looked even better in terms of like shadows, for example. Like sometimes textures like shadows or some objects are kind of flickering in a distance or like even close, right? So setting that slider to 100 fixed a lot of things. But yeah, overall, yeah, like that's one of the things that I noticed. Pretty much everyone noticed from the start that hang on, my fisherman got kicked out. That game actually looks better this phase, like despite the fact that still obviously it's not full, like 100% polished, and a lot of people coming from different games are like, oh, like that game looks better. Most likely it's true, but we can see the progress, and that's what is important, I guess. And it feels good, like in terms of performance, like most of the time. Apart from like rare exceptions. For example, yesterday there was I was going to the desert because there was a relic that spawned there, and the moment when I entered desert, I was like, what the fuck? Because rendering distance was like, I don't know, 20 meters. So you're just running, and then you see like, boom, mob appeared here, mob appeared here, like, and you're like, what the hell, right? And obviously when there's a lot of people, like, 200 people in the same place, yeah, then the game starts, the game is having some issues. But that's one of the things that they kind of, actually I need to, take off my gear, that they mentioned on the last dev live stream, right? And it also kind of makes sense that there is always a choice between performance and graphics, because sure, you can make this, like, spend a lot of hours and making these logs, and they will have 10 billion polygons, right? And they would look as if they are real, but you're gonna play with like 5 FPS, right? That's one factor. The second factor is that this is a game where you are supposed to have a lot of where you will have a lot of players concentrated in, you know, certain areas, right? So you need to have to keep that in mind. You can't. That's the reason why you can't compare graphics in like single player games with graphics in MMOs, because in single player game you're the only one there. Like you don't need to render like 200 other players, everyone like each one moving, each one casting something, you know, all with different sets of gear, and you know, it's kind of simple to understand, right? But for whatever reason, not everyone understands that, which is like, it is what it is, pretty much. Actually, I gotta repair my fishing pole real quick on my alt. Yoink. And let's go catch some fish. Did I actually catch something interesting? 2 epic fish. Oh, 1 legendary salmon. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's put on our gear again. Yeah, I do have a shitty gear right now because I wasn't really, you know, grinding or doing anything, to be honest, in the past several days. Just logging in for a couple of hours here and there. And also I think the bug with the mailbox is back with mail, because every time you log in you have messages and there is no mail. We had that bug in the previous phase and it was a little bit annoying. Also, I see some people start joining on YouTube. First of all, welcome. Secondly, there is a link in the chat for Twitch stream. I encourage you to join Twitch stream instead, because on like my chats are not merged and I might not see your messages on YouTube unless I switch the tab. I would appreciate that. Thank you. I finally decided to just play Ranger. It's been super fun. Do you also have like PvP trees anywhere? I do run, you know. Okay, I don't know if you've seen, I have a Ranger guide on YouTube, right? On my YouTube channel. If you've chosen Ranger, you might want to watch it. In terms of PvP trees, like I currently use these. You can clip the skill tree is pretty much always the same for me. Unless it's early levels and I have to prioritize certain skills, like for, you know, AoE or like AoE damage or single target damage. In PvP I don't really change anything, like, so I play it as it is. Unless it's 1v1, but I don't really do 1v1, right? Oh wait, it's short bow, hang on, I also swapped to longbow. For longbow I use this tree. Wait, actually, why am I using this tree? It's not the way it's supposed to be. Hang on. Wait. Can I do this? No, I can't. Okay. I'm using this tree because it's for group PvP, so that I proc bullseye on my group. How's the boat combat? I haven't, like, there was some fights, but I haven't really participated in them since I like, first of all, I'm not try-harding 24/7 this time, because for a number of reasons, and secondly, the time zone is a thing, right? Because I'm playing on an A, and that's a factor that affects it, you know. What server are you playing? Resna, NA. Hello, found you on YouTube. Can you please explain why some crates give me full reward and sometimes half reward on the same route? Can you give a little bit more info, please? Like, what type of crates are you using? Where are you going? Like, from where to where? Watch your video, already subbed. That was another thing. Shortbow versus longbow. Longbow. Like, I currently use a shortbow, but it's because I don't have a good longbow. Like, it's a fucking level 10 longbow, right? And this is a level 20. But for PvP, it's 100% longbow. For a number of reasons. First of all, it's the distance, 35 meters instead of 30, right? Second reason is this one. Let me swap tool. So the longbow has wound procs and staggers. Like, stagger is very, very situational, but wound is 100% great for PvP, right? When it comes to short bow though, it is like bleeds and snares, and you don't want to use any of those, because bleeds, sometimes you might want to use them, sometimes not. It depends on the encounter, but oftentimes you don't want to use bleeds in like 8v8 or maybe a bit larger scale. But mostly in 8v8 because it might fuck up the CC that you use. Like if mage uses slumber, for example, and that player has a bleed damage, boom, he's not sleeping anymore, right? And when it comes to snares, if you use too many snares, it will trigger the immunity, and snares have the same immunity for like snares and chill. And if mage can't apply chill, it means he can't freeze the target, and if he can't freeze the target, he can't shatter the target, so his combo is completely fucked if you trigger that immunity. I made crates for the extra bank slots, keep getting failure when I try and pack the crate. Crates from market commodity and PC from Java to Mirrorlet. And you're getting, like, you might be getting different payouts, because when it comes to crate prices, there is a thing called diminishing returns. So let's say whole server starts delivering crates from Nuela to Mirrorlet, and if there's going to be a lot of people delivering those crates, the price for crates from Nuela to Mirrorlet will get lower. So you'll have to look for other destinations, right? Also, even though market and citizen commodity both, like you earn gold for delivering them, they have separate DRs, like separate, you know, diminishing returns. So sometimes, like, the price may vary for them, because everyone is doing citizen commodity and fucks up the prices, and then, you know, market commodities might be more expensive. What's up? Good morning, brother. Hello. How's it going? You joined Polar? Yeah. That's, I'm playing with them since the start. You didn't know that? There's so many people surprised. Wait, I was doing something. I wanted to do something, but I forgot. Oh yeah, I was heading there. There we go. I did not. Yeah. Thanks for the info. So better go to a different town where people do not go. Yeah, usually, yes, it's the case. And, well, in general, when it comes to crates, there are some guides about crates on YouTube. Wait, is it, Rory, was that you, or was it Richie, or I think you made a guide on the crates as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect timing, actually. And the thing is, I might be doing one as well in a bit, because there is like a bit more things that can be shared about the crates. Not everyone, because they're like, not everything, I mean, because there are certain things that I would love to share, but I can't share because it's like, you know, secrets, right? But there's much more things that might help people as well, because yeah, it might be a bit more deep, let's put it this way. So, but I watched yours, Rorier, and yeah, I think it's not a surprise that you got so many views on that guide, because that's what people need to know. And there is also a huge gap between, like, you know, new players and you know, core community, because, you know, the game doesn't really guide you, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's very difficult for a new player to figure out what is what when you know, when there's nothing that can help you apart from other people. My take on search was wrong. I amended. Yeah, I saw that. It's not a problem. There's just some things, like a little bit of extra things that I would probably add, and I'll probably do that as well. But it's fine. Like, you have a guide. I'll, you know, like, I'll make my in a bit so people can actually, you know, like, watch yours first. Because normally I don't really like making videos about something when there's also other when there are videos for this topic already, unless I have something to add, and I think I do have something to add for this particular case. How much PvP is on Resna? There seems to be very little on Shoal. Hard to say. Like there were some encounters here and there, and like people who spend time in Lola zones, they get some fun from time to time, but I'm really kind of, you know, like passive this phase, because like there are a lot of factors, let's put it this way, and it's also like an eternal dilemma. How do I like manage my time when it comes to, you know, making videos, streaming, and playing in a hardcore guilds? Because I've been playing in hardcore guilds all this time, and like if you're playing in one, it's expected of you to, you know, kind of perform. It's no problem, man. We're all going to make some videos. Yeah, true as well. True as well. That is true. So we're currently heading to Haven's End and probably Briarmore Farm as well. Oh, actually, should I? I probably should go through Java, but I fucking forgot. That's the thing. That's like literally the thing that I mentioned in the videos. How like logistics is a huge thing in Ashes, and you always, like, when you're traveling from here to here, you need to always think like, oh, I'm passing near this node. Do I need to do something there? Like, you know, put something in storage, take something from storage, or maybe put something on the marketplace. And of course I forget that as well, like all the time. Oh wait, I no longer need to apply this to... I forgot that I don't need to apply a speed buff to my mount anymore, because it's no longer a thing. Yeah, because traveling is, like, it does require a lot of time, and it's literally the first thing that you need to do in this game, given the chance, is to get the fucking mounts, the fastest that you possibly can. Is that because of taxes and stuff as you're passing through? No, because it's just, because if, like, I needed to pick up some mats from here, and I'm like, well, I'd rather go like this than just go like this, and then remember that I forgot, go back, like go here, go back, you know, it saves a lot of time. Just thinking like one step ahead just a little bit saves you a lot of time. And well, happens to everyone, I guess. Ew, Polar Cat leave. You don't run Tiger stance, it's Bear stance. I saw in your video you said Tiger is better needed more testing. Correct. That's one of the things that I would... So that guide is like still 98% relevant, right? We did testing with Bear. Penetration, even though there is no such stat in your character window, like in character stats, it's gone. Penetration does work here specifically. And the buff from that you get for applying a Bear mark, like the temp buff, 15% defense, is sick. And also the debuff for like minus 15% defense for enemy is also very sick, so it is worth it. I thought you were trying to get cheaper prices. I mean, that's also a thing. Normally you want to buy stuff on like the biggest marketplaces, which is Joeva in this case, because, you know, like usually prices there are lower. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You are welcome. You're fishing on that one. I'm trying to tell... What is this freeze? Game? Thank you. So once max level, what you... I think you meant what you do. Like, is there any PvP content? There is not as much as there was in phase 2, when caravans were working really well, and it was actually a very fun gameplay loop, and we had a lot of PvP there, right? There is PvP, but if you like PvP, the best thing that you can do is to join a PvP guild that does scrims, either internal scrims, like within the guild, like, you know, 8v8. Bro, what is this? What is wrong with this area? The visuals are a bit weird here, but whatever. Yeah, so either like 8v8 scrims or like, you know, maybe small, like mid-scale scrims, depending on the number of people you have. That's the most reliable source of PvP that you can currently get. And personally, it's something that I enjoy so much. Like, because when it comes to scrims, it's fun. You can split teams and try different, you know, group compositions, different strategies, etc., etc. And it doesn't matter whether you win or lose the fight, because at the end you're all winning, because you're getting practice, you learn, you share some tips, you know, between each other, and it's very, like, it's extremely helpful. Like, when it comes to PvP, you can always see, bro, what the... Dargal Estate is a bit laggy. I don't know, it's actually not that common for me specifically to have this kind of stutters. When it comes to, like, real-world PvP, you can pretty much instantly say, like, which guild is training and which guild doesn't, because the difference is usually very significant. Why is field of view so low? I'm not sure if there is even that thing in settings. Yeah, it's just a default thing. Okay, I have 2 questions. Suggestion to get faster mounts. World is huge and want to get better, but I don't know if I should tame them myself on how to not have to spend all I have on that. Okay, I see the question. If you are a new player, I would recommend to not touch animal husbandry, because it's, first of all, expensive. Second of all, there are only, like, there are limited windows of opportunity when it comes to making money with animal husbandry, and unless you're 100% sure and know what are you doing and kind of ready for that, I wouldn't recommend you to touch it. It's always better to buy them. And trust me, like, sure, mounts sometimes can be expensive, but it's 100% worth it. With mules able to carry multiple crates, what's the purpose benefit of caravans now? Is out of the game for a year, so that's a very good question, and you nailed it. Since the mules got implemented, like the moment when they appeared on the radar, that was one of the things that I instantly said, like, if they are gonna be what they think they're gonna be, caravans will be fucked. And they are currently kind of fucked, but on a positive side, Intrepid knows that they are fucked, and they mentioned also on the latest live stream that they're gonna be fixing it. How are they gonna be fixing it? There might be different, like, hype. Oh my god, Joeva is also cooked, because, like, apparently there is always one node on the server. Like, on each server, it may vary. That is the first one to reach, you know, like, stage 3, stage 4. And everyone goes there, and it ends up being completely fucked in terms of performance, because there's just a shit ton of people, right? And so they might like make different crates, for caravans, let them have separate DRs, make them more valuable, you know, that kind of thing. There's plenty of things they can do. Hiffy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support. Welcome. Right? Do I have to be a citizen to be able to use Smithy service building? No, you don't have to. Anybody can use it. Can you grind more for gear? How it works? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey Flanker, do you know where to get the Moonstrider? If I recall correctly, you need to find a node that has agricultural supply. You buy untamed one from vendor, and then you need someone with apprentice level in animal husbandry to yeah, you see, like, there's a shit ton of people, and that's why performance is a little bit suffering. And then you get, yeah, I can't also open the storage, to common thing. And then you need someone who has apprentice animal husbandry to train that, or you can just buy that. Buy a trade one. I think they need to revert them to 10 plus slots. That's one way to do it, but it's still a little bit, like, it's very annoying without quality of life features for crates to craft like 20, you know, crates and then load it into the caravan, then sell them one by one. It's annoying as fuck. And I'm saying that as someone who in the last phase was running 2 21 slot caravans on 2 accounts at the same time. So per run I had to craft 42 crates. And it takes so much fucking time. It's so annoying, right? Even for me who doesn't really, like, you know, get mad about that. But about things like that. But yeah, they need to do something about that. Because caravan is a, first of all, it's a core loop and it can be a really good one. We know this for a fact from phase 2. Oh, there we go, finally. What am I? Okay, we're taking all the herbs. Oh, we don't really have much here. And I forgot to take new alien citizenship. Ah, dumbass. So yeah. Bro. Joeva is a fucking nightmare. I gotta leave. Now I actually understand, like, seeing all this, I understand why they are so hesitant when it comes to increasing the server, like, population, like, limit, right? Because of things like this. And unless they figure it out somehow with, like, dynamic reading or in some other way, that's probably gonna stay like this for some time. When I try to craft an apprentice weapon, it says I don't have smithy service building, but the town says it does have that build. Do you have apprentice, like, what? Are you apprentice weaponsmith? I think the it's weaponsmith station. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I mean, you're max level. Log in the game. What you're doing? You can't grind more level. Okay, I understand your question now. So first of all, it's gear progression, right? Because the gear that I have, like, your level is one thing. Like, reaching a max level takes some time, but it's not really challenging, right? Because you may reach the max level in, like, what, like 30-40 hours, right? But getting a good gear, or like the best gear, like, or especially legendary gear, that can be hundreds of hours. So one thing, like, it really depends on what you like to do, right? We have people who are fully focused on econ, so they're not really leveling at all, pretty much. They are covering the crafting needs for the guild. They are, like, selling shit on the market, you know, like, everyone is doing something. So it really depends on what you like to do. Because there are people who, as I said, like, not really interested in leveling or gear or PvP, but they like the econ part of the game, right? Some people like to PvP, so they're like, okay, for PvP I need gear. How do I get gear? Boom, like, let me try this. Let me do crates. Let me do gathering. Let me do crafting, right? Or, like, maybe let me raid someone, like this poor guy with a caravan. Let me kill him and yoink his stuff, right? So that's the thing. What else can you do? Currently world bosses are a bit too difficult, I think, right? But normally you do world bosses, and obviously that usually means that, like, if there is a world boss, then usually it means that there is somebody else apart from you who wants to farm it, and you end up having PvP, you end up having fights, etc, etc. You like, also help your guys who might be falling a bit behind with, like, leveling, with gear, that kind of thing. So, like, it's actually a sandbox. Like, the game doesn't tell you what to do, but it just gives you all, like, various, you know, opportunities, and you choose what you want to do. What mount do you recommend to buy? The fastest that you can afford, obviously. For your main mounts. For a backup mount, it can be something like that is not the best, but, like, you know, second best. So currently I have Broodling, like 165 speed. It's a okayish mount, right? But it has very low health, so I might consider buying a... Bro, why am I going this way? I'm getting so lost when I'm talking, to be honest, sometimes. But anyway, as a second mount, I might consider buying a big Scorpion. It will have, like, 160% speed, so, like, a bit slower than the Broodling, right? But has more HP. and a bit more tanky. How long are people able to play Ashes? Like, I didn't really get your question, to be honest. Like, you can play, like, if you join now, you can play until, like, until release, basically. There is only one station called Weaponsmithing Station Apprentice. I don't know, to be honest. What is the issue, to be honest? If you have a weapon, like if you have apprentice in weaponsmithing and you're using a weaponsmith, like apprentice weaponsmithing station, and it doesn't allow you to craft, can you hang on? Can you send this, like, join the Discord and send the screenshots to general chat and ping me there? I'll take a look. Let's say if you want to improve your gear, what approach you recommend? I guess create a very good economy so you can buy a good crafted gear. Like, for example, usually you use a database, like for example this one, Ashes Codex. It used to be great all this time. The problem with Ashes Codex at the moment is that it's only partly updated and a lot of things are missing. And the guy said that he will like update it properly after New Year, because this is a big thing. So basically you go, you check your, like, I don't know, for example, let's say I want to choose a longbow. So you look at the longbows here, you sort it by, like, let's say level 20, you sort by item level. So this is not a level requirement, this is item level. So there are 3 possible item levels for, like, level 20 bows, for example. It's 23, 26, and 29, right? So to craft a level 23, you can craft that, this one actually, right? It's a basic recipe that's available the moment when journeyman stations appear, carpentry in this case. So this bow can be crafted instantly. Level 26 bows, like for example this one, right, can be crafted when that station has an upgrade to master, right? And level 29 when it's upgraded to grandmaster, right? So for example, you go here, you can choose any rarity, but like, let's choose legendary just for an example. You can sort by, like, let's say physical power, right? So that you have the, like, the strongest bows at the top, or you can sort it by item level. Like, for example, let's sort it by 29, by 23, let it be 23, right? And then you're like, okay, which stats do I need? For example, is there, in addition to physical power, is there a bow with power? Boom, let's check. And we see, there we go. So Shadowfang Longbow, for example. It has physical power, crit power, strength, physical speed, crit chance. Actually 6 stats, by the way, right? So we're like, okay, what do we do with it? How do I get it? You're like, okay, I need coconut boards and Dracaena prepared yardage. You go to crafting calculator normally, right? As you can see, it's a little bit fucked, but you can at least click switch to simple mode, right? And you see what you need for this, because previously you, wait, let me minimize this or scroll all the way down. Basically, when it works as it's supposed to work, you will see a recipe breakdown, or you can click it here, right? And there is a total raw materials, like what you need. For example, you need 300 coconut wood, 66 Dracaena, then you process this, etc, etc. So the way people usually do it, they just look at what needs to be done. They choose the rarity here. Like, for example, if you use legendary ingredient here, it's gonna make the bow at least heroic. If you use heroic, and heroic is also gonna be heroic, right? So they play with rarities, they see what can they realistically achieve, then they farm what they can farm themselves, and buy the remaining materials, or they just buy all the materials if they are focused on making money, right? And then bring it to processor to process this, then get those processed materials, bring it to crafter and craft it. So it goes like this. Okay, sorry, I missed a few messages. Until release. Is this a playtest? Yeah, it's alpha 2. Like, it's since it's on Steam, Steam calls it early access, but technically calling it early access doesn't really change much. It's still alpha 2, like the latest phase. It's gonna last realistically probably for at least a year more, right? And if you join now, you will be able to play throughout this whole playtest, and I mean, you get a few other things as well. Like, on release, the game will not have box cost, only subscription, and 1 month of subscription will be included in the package that you're buying now on Steam. Is there a website that shows the map with resources, location, and such? Yes, the same one. Let me show you real quick. So there is an interactive map here, right, with the multiple filters. It's not like it's relatively accurate, but I'm not sure how updated it is, right? So you can click hide all and then see what resource, like if you're looking for basalt, boom, you will be able to see the places where it respawns, right? For example, like this. It won't show everything. So for example, if you're looking for something like, I don't know, like Joshua tree, right, that grows in the desert, it shows only 23 respawns, but there is much more than that, right? So it might not be, like, it might not show everything. I've sent you screenshots on Discord. Okay, let's take a look. Here it is. Smithy service building. Interesting. You can send this. Wait, do you have enough gold? I guess you have enough gold, right? Because maybe you just don't have enough to pay the processing fee. I mean, it looks okay, but it might be a bug as well. So you can. What I would recommend you to do is send this to Alpha 2 General channel in the official Discord. Maybe people have the same issue, and if it's a bug, just do this /bug and just report it. What server are you on? Resna NA. Very cool, thanks for info. You're very welcome. Do you mind showing level 25 mount skin? My mount skin is like, mount skins do not have a level. You can use them like even on level 1. I have this one. It's a Shattered Claw. Like this guy. Okay, why? No, I meant the reward for reaching 25. I don't know what you mean, to be honest. Is there supposed to be a reward for reaching 25? Alright, so the reason why we came here is this. Hang on, let me show you. So this game is full open world PvP, right? It was... If I was to die randomly to a mob and someone came and look my... Yeah, okay, that's the PvP side of things is actually something that a lot of people are scared, but the reason why they're scared is not always, you know, like valid, let's put it this way. So technically, yes, it's an open world PvP game, so if I see this guy, I can attack him and I can kill him. No, actually I can't because he's level 8. If he was level 10 or higher, I could, right? But the moment I hit him, my player becomes a combatant and there is an icon next to my name and my name is supposed to turn purple, right? It means that anybody else can attack me, and if I die, like, they will not suffer any consequences because I am a combatant. However, if I kill this guy instantly, like, not just attack but kill him, right? I will become corrupt. I will go corrupt. So my name will be red. Bro, what is... Starting areas are actually cooked. I didn't even have these issues on my first days when, you know, there was a shit ton of people, but something changed a little bit. So yeah, and if I am corrupted, I get a corrupted debuff, and like a corruption level, And if somebody kills me, I might drop some pieces of gear that I have on. And when I'm corrupted, I cannot take them off. I cannot trade them. So I'm kind of, you know, fucked until I basically die. But a lot of people are afraid that they will be ganked here and there all the time. They will be griefed, etc., etc. It's like, it's very rare. Let's put it this way. And when it happens to someone, you know, he goes, he like, you know, complains about it on Discord and Reddit, and everyone thinks that like, oh, it's so, you know, it's so dangerous, it's so scary, it's so bad, when it's not. It's the same thing with like, you know, when like airplanes have there is a catastrophe and the airplane, you know, something goes wrong, people die, etc., etc., and it's all everywhere in the news, and people are like, oh my god. But it doesn't change the reality that, you know, that flying by plane it's the safest means of transport. You know what I mean? Do you know what is the best armor type for bards? I've seen people running both in heavy and medium light. Like at the start, I would recommend just using whatever you have to get the stats, like whatever has the highest stats and whatever allows you to have set bonuses that you want, right? From like the type of gear and like that kind of thing. That's what is important. And closer to late game, you will like figure out what are your like strong sides, what's your weak sides, because that meta changes all the time. Because last phase, everyone was playing pretty much in heavy, because mages were not as strong, and a lot of people were dropping heavy gear in Steel Bloom, right? Like here. And it made sense to play full heavy. I played in full heavy as a ranger, right? Now it's probably no longer the case. I guess medium will be fine for a ranger. But yeah, it varies. There is no simple answer for this. Hi Flanker, hello. Hello Vader. How long does the corruption last? And if you don't kill an innocent player, that player, does he drop all of his stuff? No, he doesn't drop all of his stuff. He drops, wait, where is that? He drops half of the materials that he has in his materials tab, right? That's about it. And when he drops 50% of those, where is that? Like, if I die here, I drop half of this. And so basically it's going to be on the ground, but on the ground it's going to be only quarter, because another quarter will disappear, right? Because it's like an item sink. Bro, I'm not doing anything when I'm talking. Holy fuck. My processing capability is very, very limited. So what I'm doing here is I'm crafting these crates, and I need to craft the full storage of them. And then do the same in here, because that's my current plan, right? So what are we having here? Wait, please don't, please. Yeah, we have fish, thank the fucking god. Right, we're gonna take some fishies. Silva the Barber, thank you for the follow, welcome. Bro, coming here in the peak time is annoying as fuck. Can I mount? Not gonna lie. There's so many people. I'm about to start my EU alt. What server is the PP server? I think it's Lotharia. It's very populated. Mac, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. Zombie, thank you for the follow. And might have convinced me to buy the game. Wait, okay, that's not bad at all. Sorry for interrupting you. Playing my brother greatly. Ah, it's fine. That's the whole point of the stream. What is this invasion? Humasta, thank you for the follow as well. And might have convinced me to buy the game. I mean, I have a video on YouTube, should you buy Ashes, basically, that I posted before the start. I think it's still relevant, like 100% relevant. And like basically TLDR, make sure you understand what you are getting yourself into. Make sure you understand that this is a game in alpha. A lot of shit may be, like, not a lot, but some shit may be broken here. You might encounter bugs. Some of them are minor. Some of them might be annoying as fuck. But yeah, it's gonna be quite an adventure, let's put it this way. You got a link for the video? Yeah, give me a sec. Yeah, this one. The only thing that I would recommend you, like, not the only, but one more thing that I would recommend you to do is don't listen to the fucking drama queens on the internet and haters and all that shit. Because every time I read it, like, I shake my head because there's so much things that they say that is factually wrong. And there's also a lot of things that are like fires started over nothing. You know, it's ridiculous. And those are the same people who complain, are like, oh, why we don't have MMOs, you know, that kind of thing. But it's like, some people are truly, you know, bipolar. Okay, we got the mule. Now we're gonna craft this real quick. Yoink. Thanks, yeah, you're welcome. Hello, Epic Nid. I remember you. How's it going, actually? Are you still in that house? Oh, I'm sorry, dead house. Holy fuck. I confused dead end and madhouse and turned it into a dead house. How's it going in dead end? Any shortcut to move stuff from storage to inventory other than drag and drop? Yeah, you can right click it. Can I please put the... Yoink, there we go. We can craft one more. And we're heading right here. Because we need to drop this in storage, and we need to repeat this a lot of times. Hi, how did you get that mule, please? Well, I bought it from a guildmate, right? But in general, the way you get them is you buy them... Hang on. I thought it's someone's crate. In general, you just find which node has agricultural supply. You can buy it from the vendor, and then you need someone to train it. But usually, someone with apprentice animal husbandry to train it. But usually it's easier just to buy one from somebody who does that. Bro, this lag. Holy fuck. Do you think the new mule system is too strong compared to caravans? I wouldn't say it's too strong, it's that caravans are too weak now. They're completely fucked. It doesn't make sense to use them, like, with rare exceptions. Right, so, yeah. But as I said, they are currently working on changing that, like Intrepid. So, it's a matter of time. What kind of crate are you making from the starting town? Is that different from the settlement crates? Yeah, it's kind of different. Because, like, these crates... For these crates, it doesn't matter where you deliver them, the price is going to be the same. It's static and it's not very high. But for like the crates that you actually craft in towns, they're like, you get more gold for them and you can deliver them. Like, if you deliver one from Jova to Nuela, right, it's going to be like X price. But if you deliver it from Jova to like Valgadim, it's going to be like 3, 4, 5 times more expensive. Wait, I need to change now. Just give me a sec, I'll figure out what am I doing so that I set myself into autopilot mode and we'll keep talking. Right, okay, so we get rid of this. We get rid of fish. And throw all this here. Actually, we can keep this. So what are we lacking? We have the fish, we have the flowers, we need a shit ton of rocks. Got it. And I need to get away from here a little bit, because like everyone is there. Changing what mules or caravans. Caravans. They must make them, and they're working on making them actually relevant. Because caravan, like running caravans, hunting caravans, escorting caravans is a pretty cool gameplay loop. We had that in phase 2. It was insanely good. Like the amount of fun that I had, that we all had back then, probably can't be compared to anything, to be honest. So why are you getting these that don't increase per distance? It's just a waste short. No. It's like I want to test it, and I want to like how do I say it properly? I want to min-max this and like basically brute force it to see how much I can get from this with a good mule. And also I have 2 accounts, two PCs and 2 accounts, right? So when I'm doing the mule runs, there is me and there is my fishing out running behind me, right? So that way I can double the profit. Do you think if they made caravans repairable if you lose it or sperm deleted to help with that? No, I don't think it's supposed to be that way, to be honest. I think if your caravan is fucked, you should lose it like permanently, because it should be a material sink, and it's not like, it shouldn't be like it is with mules. You get 1 mule and boom, you have it forever. For caravans, it should be like high risk and high reward, because mules are already taking the niche of like low risk activity and like okay-ish reward, right? Mules are risk-free versus unless you're exploiting the unstuck thing. It's not an exploit. It's just the way it currently works, and there is nothing about it as an exploit. Because and Steven said the same thing, and even without Steven I can tell you that, because the punishment, like when you are corrupted, the punishment that you get, like the fastest way to get rid of it is dying, and it doesn't matter how exactly you die. Like when we were doing that, we had a mountain, like a death mountain that you just run on and drop down, and then you get rest. So it is what it is. Because once again, if it wasn't possible, then like mules are just, you know, like brain dead AFK activity. And if it's a brain dead AFK activity with no risk, then guess who else is going to be taking advantage of that? It's not going to be just players, it's also going to be RMTers. Right? So I was really... like, that's one of the things, reasons why I don't really like mules, even though, like, in a perfect world, it would make sense, like, you know, low risk, low reward activity, but in reality, like, when there is something with no risk, then it's always, you know, it's going to be taken advantage of. Actually, how are we doing on gathering skills? 18, 14, 12, 20. I gotta push everything like this, and this to 20. Mining, it's gonna happen naturally. Lumberjacking easy. Herbalism gonna take a bit of time. But I'll pop a scroll for that, and it's gonna be faster. Oh yeah, I missed some, guys, everyone who's watching on YouTube, first of all, hello, sorry, I have a Twitch chat opened, so please, please, if you want to ask something or say something, please do it there, because my chats are not merged. Recently found you through Professions Guide, and although they are a bit outdated, they're still helpful, much appreciated. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. They are outdated. I've had several people like DMing me about that and asking. I'm like, well, you can understand the general concept and logic, but if you're looking for like relevant step-by-step instructions, it's probably not gonna be really helpful, right? And that's exactly the reason why I'm considering to make those guides updated. And it's probably not gonna be 3 videos anymore, like, you know, because I had 3 videos, like one is full gathering, another one full processing, and the last one was full crafting. I might do like a video for each artisan skill, and this way, if one of them gets outdated, I'll be able to just replace it with a new one. Because if you have like crafting guide and there's like 8 crafting skills and one of them has some changes, you're not going to be remaking the whole guide, right? So I'm thinking about it, and this way I will be able to not make like one fucking hour-long guide, because it's kind of annoying to make that one, and it also takes a shit ton of time. This will allow me to split it into like, you know, like 5-10 minutes long video, and people will be able to see exactly what they're looking for. And I will be able to also dedicate more time for each artisan skill and literally pretty much share everything I know about it. Do you have an updated guide on where to grind at what level? I don't, because like those guides usually don't really live that long, because they, you know, things change pretty fast. New locations appeared, some locations get changed, etc, etc. And also, the thing is, the moment when you post a leveling guide or like the guide about POIs, a lot of people see that, and what used to be relevant is not really relevant because there's a shit ton of people there. You know what I mean? Is Hogbow good? Yeah, for now it's pretty good, and I might consider getting one actually, because like it's a rare bow, and until you like, even though it's level what 23 I think, it's still pretty good, because like compared to the alternatives. When we get master upgrade for carpentry, then there will be better options, but for now it's good. Yes, I've heard a lot of people have quit the game because the risk versus reward for fishing is horrible right now. People who don't have a Zerg to defend them. Well, yeah, it's like if you're a solo player, well, you probably shouldn't spend all your life savings to buy a ship and go fish in, you know, PvP area. Well, that timing. Okay, yeah. That's we'll wait for that. Can you please drop a line when the ads are over, so that I know? Yeah, it happens. Okay, let's do... So this we put in this bag, because we're not gonna have more than 20, so it's gonna take 1 stack. This goes here. Do we need green mats? Yes. Okay. Oh, I forgot a stack of daffodils. Fuck you, daffodils. Is that a bluebell? Yes. Let's pick this one up, just in case if it's gonna be rare. If it's not, I'll just throw it away. It's not rare. Goodbye. And my fishing pole is apparently broken. Is it? Or what's happened? There we go. Yeah, everything works. Okay. Let's give him a speed buff. It's my guildmate. Bro, fuck off. He's here. I know he's thinking about something. He's thinking about doing something. No, he's leaving. Okay. Okay, How are we doing? Okay, ads should be over in like 20 seconds. All right, perfect. Wait, hang on. Ah, I see what happened. Alright, code brown, 1 sec. We gotta change the thing. Let me do this real quick. So the problem why my fishing boy is not fishing is because he has full storage. So we gotta go to the Briarmore farm real quick and drop our fish and come back to the fishing spot. Actually, what level is he when it comes to fishing? Level 34, master. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, it doesn't really matter because, like, if you're level 20, you basically get everything you need. You're able to equip journeyman fishing gear. You can have a journeyman fishing pole, which actually I should get him, but only after I probably finish with the crates. Okay, storage. Materials. Let's drop all the rare fish. Bro, can I please do my stuff? Right? Okay, we're dropping the fish real quick. And we are good, right? So we're gonna sell salmons real quick because we don't really need them. And we need money to repair the fishing pole. We're gonna repair fishing pole. And with the rest of the fish, we'll probably make chum out of it just to get rid of it because I don't need thousands of fish. Okay, I'm almost done here and we'll be back in a minute. And that's one of the things that I noticed as well on my second PC that is very, like, that is a very old one. Like, it's probably like, what, 8-9 years old? 1070 Ti, only 16 gigs RAM and i5 CPU. The game runs much better now, because previously it was a nightmare. Like, that's why I used it only for fishing pretty much, right? But now it's, like, it's actually playable, you know? Oh, we got a flashbang. Interesting. I actually have a flashbang on my second PC, but I don't have it on my main PC. Interesting. You hold multiple accounts? Yeah, I have 2 accounts, but it's only allowed to... You can only launch 1 account on 1 PC. So I can't... It's not allowed to launch... Like, I can't use 2 accounts on the same PC, pretty much. It's against US, and you can get clapped for that if you get caught. So I obviously wouldn't recommend that. But having a second PC, even with a fishing alt, is very helpful. Or like, I use it for storage. You can use it for like alts for processing, crafting. Right, because in the last phase, in phase 3, we had a guy in our guild. That guy was truly, you know, one of a kind, because he had like 3 PCs and like maybe 3 or 4 accounts, I don't remember. But he handled the whole guild crafting himself, like for the whole guild. And he was an absolute unit, you know what I mean? Do you connect your PC through a different internet connection or both PCs on the same IP? Basically, I have, like, I think it's called a switch, right? So there is a main internet cable, it goes into that switch, and then there are 2 cables that come out of that switch, and one goes to main PC, another goes to the second PC. This is how it kind of works. How are we doing, by the way? Call, fuck off. I might want to replace something here. Probably this. Because I can stack more in this slot. Actually, I need to get bags. Or can't we, like, craft better bags already? Oh, wait, you need recipes. So you need either carpentry. Okay, we have a wood shop here. So yeah, we can craft apprentice baskets potentially now. How well does /follow command work in this game? Is it reliable or often drops target runs off cliffs? It's okay-ish if you're not. Hang on, let me finish mining and I'll tell you. So for example, if my mount is someone who follows me, right? Like let's assume this is a character on you know, on a follow. Like if you're just traveling straight, it's not a problem, but if you turn here and he has to, you know, follow you like this, then it might be a problem. And there is also kind of like duration of the follow. I think it's set to 15 minutes, right? So that you can't follow someone for like 10 hours. So yeah, and if you jump from a cliff, usually it's okay. I haven't seen issues with that. It's, yeah. But I think the follow button is something that should not work when it comes to crates, because like when I saw that, when they added that, I instantly said like, and I have like actually like screenshots of that, it is bad because people will be doing like what I'm doing. And even though it's fine for me because I'm like a legit player, I'm not breaking TOS, what we will end up seeing is fucking trains of like 50 people, like fucking gold sellers, who's gonna be doing that on multiple accounts at the same time, which is not good, right? So I think that the follow function should be disabled if you're following a player with a crate or with like mules and stuff like that. Even though, like, once again, even though I shouldn't be very against that, because I can, like, since I have 2 PCs and 2 accounts, like, it works fine for me, but it's not the way that it's supposed to work, you know? Yeah. Okay, I think we're almost full. Actually, we'll need to drop this to our storage alt, so that it doesn't take place in my storage, because I need only shitty stuff, like shitty common stuff like basalt and granite, and this can be sold. So yeah. Oh, you're back, mate. I was wondering, where have you been the last days? I was kind of chilling. Was also making a video, because like I was preparing a script for like early access review video, right? But then there was a live stream, so I had to stop that one and made a recap about the dev live stream. But then I'll have to finish that one. But it's not bad, because like I'm not in a rush with that video. The more time you play, the more things you learn, and the more accurate info you can provide in the review. Because I think when it comes to games like Ashes and to MMOs in general, like I've seen people making reviews like, oh, I played it for like 10 hours and here's my review. Like, I'm sorry, what will you see in 10 hours realistically? Like, there is no way you can describe everything if you only played like 10 or even like 50 hours. Or when it comes to Ashes, probably even 100 hours is not going to be enough, to be completely honest. Because the first review that I made was when I played about 1,000, and I tried everything, I learned everything, I understood like how everything works, how like, you know, PvE works, how PvP works, like 1v1 PvP, like group versus group, raid versus raid, you know, like I tried everything, and then I'm like, well, I think now I'm ready to make a review, right? But it is what it is. People do whatever they want. Okay, I see, because the last stream I seen you mentioned something about missile attacks. Oh yeah, we have those. Like, it's almost every day now. Like missile attacks, drone attacks. It's like, and it's especially my region now is kind of suffering from that. which is unfortunate. I don't actually... Hang on, where's my phone? So, at the moment, let me see. At the moment... Yeah, at the moment I don't even have power at home. The reason why I have power is because I have batteries, generator, and solar panels. So that's why I have it. Where do you live? I live in Ukraine. Oh, someone yoinked my basalt. Okay. Okay, bro. I'm gonna remember your name. Pinkbone. No, I won't. I don't care. Are we full? We're kind of full. We can head back. We're neighbors. Really? Where are you from? Привет, насколько твой гайс кодекс актуален про эту версию игры? Уточни вопрос, пожалуйста. Какой именно гайс? Oh, that's tough, man. A bit, yeah. I'm from Romania. Yep, true. We are very close. Why am I going here again? I'm going to the wrong place. I have to be going there. На рейнджера... да, на рейнджера гайд на 98% актуален. Единственное, что отличается, это я юзаю в большинстве случаев Hunt of the Bear. И вторая штука это типа Charged Scattershot. В PvP все-таки норм. А в остальном все, в принципе, актуально. Макс, привет. Можешь объяснить втором оружии на рейнджере в целом как это работает? Yeah, one sec, guys. Sorry, I got a question in different language. I'll quickly reply and we're gonna be back to English. Второе оружие на рейнджера, по сути, ты просто выбираешь то, что имеет нормальные статы для тебя, которые тебе подходят, и на этом все. Потому что ты им, ну, не пользуешься практически. Конкретно в случае рейнджера. Okay, let's quickly drop our stuff here and craft some more crates. Bro, this is annoying. I reported this already, but sometimes you can't instantly open your storage. There we go. And sometimes you open it, but you don't see the crates tab. Да, пожалуйста, ребят. Okay, we're gonna drop what we don't need. This, and this. Right, we good. We still have some space. Let's put it all here. Now we have to take the flowers. That's gonna be fine. 20, that's for 10 crates. For 10 crates, we need 3 stacks of fish. Hi, but physical power from second weapon affects bow? Yes, it affects, like, not bow, but your total stats. So if I take off the daggers, my overall stats will go down, so you need both. Okay, now we're heading to the crate crafting station. Why not greatsword? I mean, ideally you might want to use greatsword, especially if it's a good one, but I just don't have it. I'm not really grinding for gear this phase. Yo, what the hell just happened? Hello? No Azera, thank you for the follow, welcome. That last phase I played with longbow and greatsword. That's true. There was a really good one. Are you making crates to run a caravan? No, I'm gonna be delivering them using a mule. Caravans are a bit fucked at the moment. They're not balanced in the right way. They're like, you know. Have you ever played Lineage 2? How is this game compared to it, brother? I played Lineage 2 for like since the C1 pretty much, since the first Chronicles, and I played it for like more than 12 years. How is this game compared to it? They do share something in common. Like there is currently a lot of grinding, if you know what I mean. They also share a similar like PvP PK system. It's not identical yet, but it's gonna be like really close. And overall, if you play Lineage, I would estimate the chances that you will like. Wait, the fuck is this? Haven's End. I mean, I guess thank you. I can't say no to this. But yeah, there is a high chance that you will like this game if you played Lineage. And Hogbow can be good for endgame or still need to aim higher. No, Hogbow will be relevant for quite some time, but yeah, there is going to be much better options. Right, let's do this. How many certs we have? 1. Oh, we need actually just 2 for now. Let's get rid of rubies first. Flowers. Fish, certs. Boom, done. Because, yeah, caravans are now a bit cooked. How close to ready for release this game is? My Lineage 2 party will join, but people don't want to grind for now because of wipe. It's not really close. I think until beta, it's at least a year. Depends on like what content will they want to have for beta. Right? But until then, it's at least a year, I think. Someone DM me. Yeah. I also played Lineage, and for me, that game looks like WoW or something. You mean this game, Ashes? I wouldn't say so, to be honest. Because there's like 4 main games that they took inspiration from. WoW was not one of them. It was Lineage, Arcade, EVE Online, and Star Wars Galaxies. And that's why you will see a lot of things in common with those games. I've heard Rangers aren't very good soloing in this game. Is it true? If so, what makes them good? That is true. Like in 1v1s, Ranger is kind of like a victim class, right? And in solo PvE, it's also like you know. And what makes them good? They're good at everything else. They are good in PvP of like small scale, mid scale, large scale. They're insanely good in those scenarios. Wait, I don't need a mule anymore. So basically the only Ranger's weak point is like 1v1s and solo stuff, because Ranger is a group player, and like as I said, like as a group member or in like large scale stuff, Ranger really shines. It's super useful. And Dark Age of Camelot, probably. I've seen, like, I never played that one, but I heard a lot of people said that it's kind of, you know, gives the same vibes. How's the class balance overall? Is there a meta class at the moment? Really enjoying your YouTube content. Thank you. There is gonna be, I mean, some classes are better than others in certain scenarios, right? But for now, it's not really matter. It doesn't really matter for a number of reasons. So first of all, they're gonna be doing a class overhaul, probably early next year. Right, that's the first thing. And secondly, this game is not going to be balanced around 1v1, so it's going to be balanced in like around 8v8 mostly. They're good DPS. Why are they not good at solo leveling, solo PvE? Because they don't have self-sustain. So no heal, like Bard has heals, Tank has some sort of heals, Cleric obviously has heals, Fighter has a skill that allows him to regen, you know, but not Ranger. Even Mage has a Shell that allows him to have temporary HP, but not Ranger. Ranger only has a regeneration buff. That's all. Mantulus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello, how can I get a Moonstrider mule? So you go to like whatever server you play, you need to find a node that has agricultural supply built, right? On our server it's Halcyon. And that's where you can buy an untrained one, and then you need to find someone who has who is apprentice in animal husbandry to train them. How many more times do you think they'll wipe before the release? Oh, throughout alpha, it depends. Like, you need to look at it from this perspective. Are they going to add systems or something that will require a fresh server? Because when they were introducing the vassalship system, right, that's 100% something that required a wipe, right? Will there be something else? Will freeholds, for example, require server wipe? I don't know. It's like not 100%. But I think throughout alpha, like, I mean, early access, I think there will be at least one, to be honest. Longbow or shortbow for ranger? Longbow. Always longbow. So is the issue that ranger has downtime between kills to eat drink, or the issue is that in combat they need to heal? It's not only downtime, but also like sustain, because fighter can pull like many mobs and just kill them all, right? Ranger can't really do that unless you're like very geared, or you know, like, or you're not or you know what you're doing, etc, etc, right? Ashes of Creation looks like it's already dying. What makes you say that? Actually looks pretty decent, like, even, let's say, well, I don't know why you think it's dying. It doesn't look like it. Like, the peak was 31k, 24-hour peak. The numbers are okay. I actually expected the peak to be maybe like about 20,000 and, like, you know, average number of CCU around 15,000, but like, this surprised me. I think it's a very good number for the game at this state, and especially taking into account how much shit has been thrown at the studio and at Steven and at the game in general by you know, by internet fauna, right? Okay, so we gotta be crafting more crates. Let's get Maro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Wait, can I talk to the guy, please? Thank you. So a good party will make a difference, like in Lineage 2. I like it. I'll make a suggestion for a YouTube video. Can you explain the caravan system? Yeah, so first part of your question, and that's a very interesting one. So I explained the concept of, we, in Lineage 2 community, we used to call it constant parties, right? But in, like, you know, in general gaming community, it's called static group, right? And it was one of the first videos that I made on the channel, right? When nobody really, like, you know, my channel was small, nobody knew me, etc, etc. And I made a video, and it was like, I got a lot of feedback that was not really positive, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And people in comments are like, oh, why are you talking about that? Like, don't you have friends to play with, etc, etc, right? And then when people actually start playing game, they're like, oh, we need a groups, actually, we need to organize for leveling, for this and this and this. And I'm like, told you, you know? Because yeah, in terms of that, the approach that you can take to play Ashes can be very similar to the approach that good groups had in Lineage 2. Like, you have a static group, at least for a leveling phase, right? Where people all play at the same time, they all help each other, the all, you know, like get gear together and that kind of thing. It's probably the best thing that you can do, right? Because leveling up solo or with like POC groups, it can be stressful. One more question: any tricks to make FPS more stable and game more smooth? Well, get a better PC, I guess, but to be completely honest, I'm not an expert in that, so I'm not really a tech guy, and every time I have to deal with settings, I'm like, oh my god, please tell me what I need to click, because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, right? So probably I'm not the right person to ask that question. You can ask that question, however, in Ashes of Creation Discord. There is gonna be, and once again, if you're not if you haven't joined AOC Discord, I highly encourage you to do so, because a lot of people are they wouldn't mind helping you whatever issue you have. Have the devs said anything about raising the max level past 25? Yeah, they said that early, in January. Steven said that they will be able to give more info about that, about raising the level cap and secondary archetypes. It's a good question. I have FPS drops. It's about PC. About PC? No. Bro, as I said, unfortunately, I don't really, it doesn't tell me much. I'm not very knowledgeable on that topic. Because when I was buying this PC, and I was buying it before, a couple of months before the start of Alpha 2, right? I just basically came and said well, can you just make me the fucking best PC that you can? And they're like, okay. And they made it pretty much. Because I had a really old one, the one that I'm using now for fishing, right? And PC is something that I will use for the next many years, right? Until it will require some upgrades or just buy a new one. So yeah, trying to change. Yeah, you need to play with settings, or maybe, god damn it, why do I keep heading that way? It's not about PC, it's about optimization. Yeah, of course, then, and that as well, because the game is not not fully polished and not optimized. That is true. I need to actually get my holy fuck, there's so many people. It's insane. Yeah, anyway, wait. What do we have here? Is it a construction crate? Yes, it's lumber milling crate. Oh. Okay, we don't need this one. We don't need this one. Okay, we buy 3 more certs. 1, 2, 3. Yoink. Grab 3 more. Maybe I should do a few crate runs just to get some gold. Or maybe I don't. Do you like the game so far? Well, there's a reason why I have more than 2,000 hours in this game, and that reason is I fucking love it. Not in the car, how do I put it properly? I like the vision, and I see the potential that this game can be great, and it only fits kind of, my personal preferences when it comes to MMOs. So whether it's gonna happen or not, we will see. Time will tell, but I'm enjoying it now. I've been enjoying it all this time because it was kind of fun, and also I met a lot of new people and made some friends. It's always a nice bonus that you get in MMOs. Are the sound effects as good as Lineage 2? 100% not. There's nothing that can compare to sound effects or like the spell sounds or music with Lineage 2. Like nothing at all. Not a single game. Do you think it will be the great MMO for the next decade? Oh, wait, that's a good question. I think it has everything to become the next big MMO, but will it become? It depends on them. Thank you for your opinion. Bit scared of the mixed review on Steam. I actually need to probably make a video about that. So a lot of mixed reviews came from the first days, right? When a lot of people didn't know that they need to link accounts, like their Intrepid account, with Steam, right? And since they didn't know that, a lot of them tried to do that at the same time, and apparently it fucked the website. So the website had issues, and a lot of people, as a result of that, were very disappointed and wrote a negative review. Is their frustration something that I can understand 100%? But does their review like gives you info about the game or describes the game or relevant to the game? No, it's a technical issue, which is like issues like that are pretty common when it comes to, you know, like opening new servers or you know, like MMO launches. The launch day is usually a fucking chaos, and I said that in the video that I posted before the launch with like tips for early access, and it was pretty much either the first thing or among the first things that I mentioned, and I wasn't wrong about that, because something will go wrong. Like when there's like tens of thousands of people desperately trying to get in, you know, it's a very serious stress test. So, you know, it is what it is. And that's the first part of the answer. Sambians, thank you for the follow, welcome. The second one is the game has an army of very dedicated haters. There were literally people who are like, oh, I'm gonna buy the game, write a negative review and then refund it and that kind of thing. And obviously there's not, like, in the grand scheme of things, there are not that many of them, but there are people who are like that retarded, right? And also there's very, like, a lot of negative shit and, like, you know, rage baiting, drama farming videos on YouTube that sometimes need to be addressed. And if only I had a bit more time, I would probably kind of do that. I still might do that because there's like one channel that has 3 videos about Ashes, and all of them are absolutely fucking retarded and detached from reality. And because like if I take that person and we have some sort of a debate, that guy will be melted in fucking 5 minutes, because what he's talking about, he's just clueless Bambi, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, and well, yeah, it is what it is. It's better to run this type of crate or crates that we find in major Roman city. Nah, these crates are kind of worse, but I want to try the approach where I just craft a shit ton of these and deliver onto accounts and see what's going to be my, you know, value per hour. It's probably gonna suck, but it's interesting to test and try it. Do you mainly run the lower crates? I see you have a lot of them. No. Once again, it's the same answer. I just want to kind of test it to see, like, what's going to be the result if I push it to the max and, like, min-max everything pretty much. Have you tried more than Ranger class? Not really, because I usually, like, there are people who like to, you know, like, play every class, try every class. I'm not like that. I usually like to choose one class and play many hours on that, so that I know everything about it, right? Is Summoner terrible? Don't see many people playing it. I can't say it's terrible. It's pretty, like, interesting class to play, and it's kind of versatile, but it's also demanding, because you can, like, you need to think about your character and you also need to think about your summon. It might be, I'm not sure, but something tells me it might be a bit more demanding class in terms of, like, mechanical skill. Right, why am I... Okay, my fishing ult is there. How many crates do I have in Briarmore? Yeah, let's drop this shit here. And also I'm gonna relog now on my, from my fishing alt to my storage alt, so that I can, boom, so that I can get rid of some stuff in my storage that is still kind of useful, but not really. Ooh, what do we have here? Ooh, hello. Haven's End. Yoink. Whoever I stole it from, I'm sorry, but it's gonna be in a good place, and it's gonna be in good hands. It will go to charity. I will support poor people, which basically means I will leave it to myself because I'm poor, right? Is there a shared bank that I'm missing? So all your storages are like, they have several tabs. So what you put in item storage, like, you know, weapons, gear, consumables, that can be taken from any place, from any storage, but materials tab are not shareable. What is the best class for solo leveling, and what class does most DPS? Those are two different questions. I think most DPS is mage and fighter, right? But for solo leveling, it's probably bard, fighter, and cleric. Fighter might be a bit tough until level 12, but then it's like, it's pretty decent one. Okay, let's close this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, we're a bit running out of storage. We can't put this anymore, but we can take this, and I guess that's gonna be it. Okay, we're logging in. Is there a shared bank between alts? No. If you want to give item from one character to another, you will need to ask someone, like a guildmate or a friend, for that. Poorly articulated last question. Is there a shared storage between okay. I already replied that. Yeah, so it is what it is. Wait, do we have someone in chat? I like your calmness, nice to listen to. Well, it's just like, you know, I'm not really an emotional person overall, and after everything that we've been through in the past almost 4 years, like, you just get so fucking desensitized to everything that you're like, oh, this happens, whatever, you know. Okay, let's take a look at the yeah, once again, guys, quick reminder to the viewers on YouTube. Our tabs are, like, I have 2 tabs for YouTube and Twitch. Unfortunately, the chats are not merged. I promise every time to do that, and every time I forget, and just, like, I hate dealing with settings. So please, if you want to ask something, do that in the Twitch chat. The link to the Twitch channel is in the basically in the pinned message in YouTube chat. Can I please log in? Or it's gonna be oh, it might be actually an issue, like an issue that sometimes happens when you get stuck in, yeah, it's exactly that. When you get stuck in the infinite loading screen, and then you click close game, and then you launch the game again. That's the problem, apparently, because I'm trying to log into a character that is in Haven's End, so he's somewhere here. And since there's like 10,000 people here as well, you kind of get cooked. Is there a cap on how many trade skills you can level? Yes. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I might have a picture for that. There you go. So in total, there are 22 professions. All of them, you start as novice, and you're a novice at everything. Then out of all those 22 professions, you can level up 5 to apprentice level. Out of those 5 apprentice levels, you can level up 4 to journeyman, then 3 to master, and then 2 to grandmaster. So eventually, the maximum that you can have in terms of artisan skills is 2 grandmaster, 1 maester, 1 journeyman, and 1 apprentice. This is how it works. It's also actually one of the things that a lot of people, even though it's simple, are kind of, struggling to understand. It's a difference between something being good and bad and something that they like or not. What I mean by that is, like, personally, I would love to be able to level up all my artisan skills, right? But there is a restriction, so I have to choose some of them. And since the logic behind this restriction makes sense, even though I don't like it personally, I'm fine with it because it makes sense. Like, it allows them to achieve the goal that they want to achieve, which is basically you need to interact with other players and to create a player interdependency so that, like, there is a social element. Hello, do you speak Russian? Yeah, of course. Конечно. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Crafting profession, jewelry. Best crafting profession. You mean is jewel crafting is the best profession? Is that what you're asking about? It's actually a pretty good one. The reason, and I think it's like kind of underrated because everyone is going for, like, carpentry, weaponsmithing, armor smithing, that kind of thing, right? And I think jewel crafting is underrated, first of all, because it's much easier to level up compared to those, right? And secondly, because, like, if I'm playing like a class, I might be wearing heavy gear, I might be wearing medium gear, light gear, etc., right? So if I'm wearing full heavy, like, people who do leatherworking or tailoring will not be able to sell anything to me, right? I'm not their customer. But who will be able to sell stuff to everyone? Jewel crafters, because everybody needs 5 pieces of, accessories. Okay, we got our storage to alt. Ничего себе, хорошо ты английский язык знаешь, спасибо. Let me drop my stuff to this guy. Okay, we have the room. No, wait, we are not giving this. It's dog shit. Okay, so basically the idea of what I'm doing is to leave everything that is somewhat valuable to this guy. And then when he has a lot, I will just load it to my main and bring it to some node and just sell it there. Or maybe use it, depends. Okay, we're done with this. Yeah, actually, there's one of the things, like, I was logging in on an alt, right? Alt is whatever. But in general, if you're playing on a populated server, like on Lotharia, for example, or even on this server, you might want to, like, if you're logging out, you might want to do that, like, not here, for example, but just go elsewhere a little bit, right? So the way to see that is you can click page up and see a little bit of more information here. And you want to see look at server worker number, right? So now it's 52. Basically what you might want to do is to travel somewhere and to see this number changed. So you're going to be logging in on a different server worker the next time. So you won't have the queue that this place might have, if that makes sense. Yo, Odin, hello. Do you know where Reef Guard emblems drop? Reef Guard, that sounds something like Tropics. I smell Tropics, to be honest. Probably either Tropics or Goondark. But no, I don't have the like an answer that I'm, 100% sure of. I'm thinking to buy a ship for sports fishing, but I know it can be destroyed. Yes, it can be destroyed. TSM Doppel, I think it's German. Doppelstift, is that it? Thank you for the follow. What was the keybind for the server stats? Page up by default. It is Tropics, but where there is no farmable mobs. It might be a general drop. I don't know. The only way to find out is, I guess, I'm about to go insane. Yeah, the only way to find out, I guess, is just to go to some location, like with general mobs, like fucking iguanas, pull them for, like, I don't know, half an hour. Because basically, you need to get one drop to know that they drop there, right? I asked a lot of people and no one answered. I had literally the same thing with Thorn Stride emblems, the last phase. Because I was like, is it in game? Is it not in game? Can I craft the like level 29 weapons? Then you see one on the market and you're like, okay, I saw one, which means they are in game and they're obtainable. Where do you obtain them? And I asked like a shit ton of people to find out where you can get them. Surefoot, so dry of good mobs, yeah. That is true. That is true. Okay, what do I want to do actually? Do I want to do something interesting? I want to go to Joe. I know it sounds crazy, but I might want to go to Java. Or maybe not. Swiss Sams, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Appreciate your support, brother. I'm so puzzled, like, because I'm not used to playing this game in the mode that I'm currently playing, like where you're not in a rush, when you're like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. I'm used to, fucking discipline. You do everything that makes the most sense, right? And you're kind of grinding, right? But this time I'm like, I might want to get in fact, I probably can make a couple of crate runs just to maybe to show the way I do it for the low bob crates, or maybe not, because I don't want to do that during this fuckery when everything is lagging. So let's do something else. Gathering, lumberjacking, herbalism. We can level up lumberjacking. Do I need hang on, let's check. It's one of the... I joined a bit late. Can you explain, please? What did you do with crates? You crafted like 30 crates, placed them in your storage. What's the next step? Oh, I wanted to craft a lot of them in advance so like I don't... Like basically I split it. I craft a lot of crates and then I like make many runs instead of just crafting one crate, running, then crafting one crate there, running back, etc, etc. And since I do it on 2 characters, you need much more than that, right? But I don't want to make the runs now because there is a shit ton of people. It's a bit laggy here and I don't want to contribute to this lags by my 2 characters. And also if like my alt will get disconnected, the crates will end up on the ground and somebody will yoink them. Do weapon skill trees only work if that weapon is out? Or are they passives? No, only when it is out. But the stats on the weapons work always. So the daggers give me like strength, mentality, accuracy, evasion. This works all the time, but their skill tree only works when, when you're actually using it. I heard about this issue. Some people even placing second characters and killing mules to young crates. Yeah, of course. That's like, we did that as well, but we did that with main characters, like in phase 3. Like, it's kind of an interesting loop, but that's like a lot of people do not realize that it's actually pretty punishing. Like when you have a character with and I try to actually, are there any additional comments on that on Reddit? Sure thing. Let's see. Oh my god, like every time I write something on Reddit and try to explain something to people, and then I see that people just refuse to listen, I'm like, well, why am I even wasting my time? Because basically what that discussion was about is about those cases when people go corrupt to viewing someone's grade. The thing that a lot of people do not understand is, where is that? Where the fuck is that? Hang on. Maybe I need to do this. Yes, blight. Each time you kill an unflagged player, it affects your blight score increases, and there is currently no way to reduce it, right? So there are 5 levels of corruption. If you kill somebody, like if I kill this guy now, I'll be corruption level 1. I will have corruption level 1. If I kill another, like somebody else, it's going to be corruption level 2, etc, etc. Because my blight is low and I haven't killed anybody yet, right? The problem with that is if you kill a lot of people and your blight level is like 25 or 30, if you kill somebody, your corruption level will not be 1. It's going to be 5, the maximum one, which means you need to die. Like, first of all, it cripples the fuck out of your character, so you're helpless. You don't have HP, you don't have moving speed, you don't have anything. Like if I had that now, probably like level 15 would be able to kill me easily, regardless of my gear, right? And you need to die 5 times to basically clear that, which takes quite some time, let's put it this way, and especially if you don't have a cleric, right? You're gonna have like a shit ton of XP that, which is like not that big of a deal on level 25, right? But you have like a certain percentage of stat dampening, which is not really, like, also not a big deal, but it's better not to have it. And then in a game at its current state, actually I have another issue again with this fucking infinite loading screen. In a game at its current state where like you can accidentally go corrupt in PvP, it's insanely risky to play on a character and have a good gear if you have like a lot of blight. And I've seen like, and I'm not making this stuff up because I've seen that with my own eyes. We had a few people with like 25-30 blight, and it was so fucking risky to the point that leveling up a different character kind of made sense, let's put it this way, because like one mistake, one misclick, or one fucking bug, you go corrupted, you get killed, you lose fucking hundreds of gold worth of gear, right? So that's something that people do not understand, because they look at it not at the whole situation, like, and they don't see the full picture. They look at it from their perspective, and their perspective is like, oh, I was running great, I got killed, it's very bad, it feels bad, you know, that kind of thing, which is only one perspective out of many, and that's not the way how you need to look at a lot of situations or systems or the way things work in this game. There are always many perspectives. Yeah, also being corrupted when you're killing mounts kind of too much. Yeah, there's a reason why there is a, like, people are using low-level horses with like 500 HP for corruption baiting, because if someone accidentally kills them with AoE or just accidentally chooses them in PvP and like has the wrong settings, like it's one shot, horse is dead, you're PK, boom, dead, lost fucking 3 items, right? And it's one thing if you, like, if I'm wearing this gear, I don't give a fuck about this gear. But if I have legendary weapons, right, that I spent like 50 hours crafting each, right, it's no fun, you know, it's very risky. Yep. Wait, what the fuck is wrong with this? Why can I not? Okay, let's try to relaunch the game from the Steam. Okay. Play. Thank you. Okay, launch game. Wait. So yeah, it's not that simple sometimes, even though yes, but like the thing is that I kind of like the reason why I don't want to engage with it like in those conversations is because like it might be a new player, right, who doesn't know much, and this was his experience. And if I'll try to explain them like, brother, I've been on both sides of this, I've seen how it works, like, once again, it's impossible not to know that after like 2,000 hours. Like, I know what I'm talking about. Like, and I'm not trying to sound condescending or come from a position of authority. Just trust me, like, your experience after like 10 hours of playing this game or like 50 hours of playing this game is a little bit different. There might be more than meets the eye, right? Just like, I'm not asking you to trust me blindly. Just listen to what I have to say and just assume for a second that there might be a reason why I'm saying this, you know? But it's not always, it doesn't always work like that. What are you doing now in game? I was actually thinking about what to do, to be honest. I'm trying to log in on my fishing alt to let him fish. And meanwhile, I'll probably go do something like, actually, I need to check the storages. If only I could. Okay, let's check. Java is probably full. Mirrorlet. I don't see them. Okay, apparently it's fucked. I'll go somewhere to level up the skills, I guess. Like the mining, lumberjacking, and shit like that. Because, like, in this area, I don't enjoy being here. Wait, I have an ad, okay. How you leveled hunting that fast? Hang on, I'll reply after the ads. Apparently, they're ads now. Let me take a look. Yeah, 1 minute 48 seconds. I'll reply in a minute. So that's because apparently people, like, ads are blocking the everything. But yeah, there are certain spots that you can use for that. Actually, I need to pop this scroll for gathering XP. That would speed up the process. But in order to get that scroll, I need to go to Dreva. Whatever. Where can I actually farm daffodils? Let me check real quick. Database map. Have they upgraded the anvils? Okay, hide all notes. Daffodils. Yeah, I farmed them here. I remember this part. This part near New Ayla. But is it updated here? Anvils are actually fucking sick when it comes to this. Yeah, oh my god, this field. There we go. That's where we're gonna go. Even though it takes some time, but I feel like it's gonna be worth it. What's the goal of the game? I read about creating cities. Yeah, that's one of the things that you can do. Like contribute to developing cities, build stuff. You know, for example, this node, like settlement, has, you know, smithy, trade bureau, factory, and construction house. This only has agricultural supply. This has wood shop, etc., etc. There's it's hard to say because you can do a lot of things here, like even at this stage. Not as much as you will be able to do eventually when all systems are in place, right? But it's actually a sandbox, so like feel free to do and choose whatever you want. If you're interested in gathering, be a gatherer. In crafting, be a crafter. If you want to do caravans, do caravans. If you want to deliver crates and make money, do that. If you want to PvP, you can do PvP. Like if you want to farm mobs, you can farm mobs, you know, that kind of thing. If you want just to sail on a ship, feel free to sail on a ship. I made some actually pretty nice cinematic footage from our ship adventures. So yeah, it's even at this point there are things to do. What are the main stats for a bard? It's a good question. Definitely magic power, HP. Obviously, like casting speed and crit chance are also good. Healing power probably is important for bard too, but you probably need to ask a good bard that question, because I'm not sure. I never played it. Yeah, but it's basically kind of like that, yeah. But doing so much doesn't give you... Odok, thank you for the follow. Doing so much, doesn't it give you a losing of track? Is there a good tutorial for beginners if I buy a game? Not really. I wouldn't say that. Like, obviously there are people who make guides, like I make guides from time to time, and there are other people as well, but is there a tutorial? Probably not really at this point, because the game is still in alpha, and it's going to be in alpha for, like, I guess at least a year. Okay, so I remember that my storage is 100% free in Halcyon. I haven't been there. Probably it's free in Winstead, and probably not free in Mirrorland. 4 years? What do you mean 4 years? Bro, I can't log in. Fucking hell. Launched game. I mean, we can yoink this frog. I don't really need it, but 4 years 1.0? Hard to say, because the thing is, it depends on if they were if they decide to go with a second continent as they planned initially. I can totally see it taking more time. Like maybe not 4 years, but like maybe 2, 3 probably, right? But if there's gonna be only one continent, that's gonna obviously require significantly less time, right? And if they are aiming, like I'm not sure that people interpret Steven's word properly when it comes to beta, because they said that they're going to be working towards beta next year, but I'm not sure that it means that the beta will be next year. I highly doubt it, right? So basically, as I understand it, it means we're gonna like basically do as much as we can to get closer to beta. So beta might be later than that. And the thing is, when the game is in beta, betas don't really last long, right? Unlike alpha. So it might be a couple of weeks, a month, or something like that. But if it's a sandbox, how do you start then? If you would start as level 1, do you just do stuff without quests? So no, they added, like before the start, they added like starting quest chain that brings you to like level 6, 7 or something like that. And then there's also some quests in the beginner areas, like in the starting areas and around them, that you can complete. So from questing alone, you can probably get like maybe level 8 or something, right? But then you basically see what you want to do. If you want to level up in the fastest and the most efficient way possible, then you find a group or make a group and go to some locations and you farm elite mobs, that kind of thing. If you want to kill mobs solo, it's also viable, but it's going to be much slower in terms of XP. You can also, like, if you want gear, you can, you know, farm mobs, get glint as a drop, sell it to vendor, buy it from other players. If it's novice gear, you can craft it, because novice gear can be crafted by anyone. So can you please show spots for hunting? Oh, it's like many, there's many of them. Like there's 2 starting areas. Like if you're a new player, I would definitely recommend you to choose this starting area, because it's going to be a bit more, like it's a bit more polished, like, and there is more stuff in this area. So it's Riverlands pretty much. But when it comes to zones, there's just like, there's many of them. It depends on the level and it depends on your group. I guess where they put the higher level content, if they don't add more land, tear down some starting areas. Nah, ideally the way it should work is that depending on the node level, certain POIs should change, right? That was the initial plan. But at the same time, like, if they add the second continent later, how is that gonna work? Is that gonna be like, because it's supposed to have 2 starting areas as well, right? And if you start there, are they gonna be identical? What's gonna be the point of adding 2 more starting areas to servers that are like, you know, are already live, right? And people are playing there for 6 months already, right? Or it's gonna be a continent with more, you know, high level stuff. You don't, like, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculations and guessing, but that's all, everything we can do. And personally, like, I prefer to draw a line between things I know and things I don't know. And in this case, I don't know. Like, maybe a lot of things, like a lot of things they probably don't even know yet, because they haven't finalized them. And there are so many variables that can, you know, change their decision from one to another. What gear are you wearing? Oh, it's just a mix of random shit that I got. Like level 10, level 20 gear, level 0 gear, you know. So nothing fascinating this phase, unfortunately. You know the saying about assuming things? Not really, I guess. Typical MMO is that you have lower area, higher level, and people progress through. Yeah, but exactly, that's a typical MMO. This one might be a bit different. Or other level scaling. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, because, like, you know, there will be a difference between what they initially planned and what we will end up having on release. Because obviously, like, you want everything, you want the big worlds, you want perfect systems, but when you, like, face the reality, you might realize that an idea that sounded good on paper is, like, very difficult to implement or just not gonna work, right? And yeah, so certain things might change. It makes an ass out of you and me. Yeah, so we'll see. Like, I don't know, I'm just, bro, I can't fucking log in. Okay, no more fishing for me apparently for now. Right, we're gonna chill. And yeah, some people get mad because of that, because they're like, oh, we've been promised a different thing. And I understand that, but, like, I don't know, I'm just chilling. We'll see how it goes. I don't stress out too much about anything. Like, because a lot of people, like, a lot of things that people worry about will, like, they just don't happen, right? And it works like that IRL, it works like that in this case, because we all remember the story with, like, videos and drama that, oh my god, desert node is not real, it doesn't exist. Boom, it exists. Like, you know, everything is fine. So people were losing their minds over nothing. And when you do that constantly, I mean, I guess I feel sorry for you, right? Because just fucking chill, you know? Yeah, that is probably not possible. Many people like to hate on games that are not done. And a lot of good games have had years, if not decades, to grow and develop content. It's no worries. Yeah, true. But there's a lot of like, it's an insane amount of, like, I don't know what's the correct word, like fucking propaganda, you know, and inaccuracies that people spread, and other people just listen to it, assume that it's true because it's written on internet. Internet cannot lie, you know, and take it as a and treat it as a fact, when in reality there's a lot of context and it's nothing a fact. Like the simplest example, right, is like the game has been in development since 2017 and it's still in alpha. It's so bad. What have they been doing? Blah blah. And they have 250 devs. You know, the progress is terrible. Well, technically on paper, it is kind of to some degree true, because the game was announced in like 2017 or 16, I don't remember. So technically it's in development all these years. And sure, now they have around 250 devs, but they have started with what, 12, if that? Actually, let's look it up. Hang on. Let's do something that people need to do more often, which is fact checking. Hang on, let's see. Because that's very easy if you just spend a few moments of your time. Come on, bro. Log in. Okay, it's Ashes of Creation Wiki. There we go. Right? Overview inspiration. There was an article about that. Milestones, maybe this one. Intrepid Studios, maybe this one. It's gonna take quite a while loading because apparently this is a big website. Actually, I think they remade a game from zero once they moved to UE5. They used some of the assets that they previously had, but yeah, I think that kind of delayed them. Oh, there we go, right? Milestones. I will actually drop the link to this, so maybe at least you will know what is what, right? You will be informed, right? So what we're looking for here, first team members were hired, 215, like that's when everything started. 2016, Discord launched in 17, Kickstarter 17. Game, like June 2017, game production began with a team size of 15-20 people. 15-20 people, which is nothing when it comes to building the game of this scale. Even 250 people is not that many, like, you know. Then we go. 2018, 100 developers working on Ashes of Creation. Boom, 219, 60 developers working on Ashes of Creation. What happened here? It's a good question. Maybe it's too early for COVID, but like, okay, right? October 17, 87 developers, right? It's 87 developers is not much at all. January 2022. Okay, there we go. I think it's yeah, I think they already transitioned to UE5 here. 120 people. 2023, 150 people. December 19, 23, 170 people. March 1, 2024, 188. April, nearly 200. October 12, 2024, which is a bit more than a year ago, over 200. Now, September 8, around 250 full-time employees and 30 contractors. That's going to be accurate, but people say it and treat it as if there were 250 people working on this game for all years. And another factor that everyone is, like, not everyone, but like a more uninformed or ignorant part of the audience is missing, is the fact that they're not, like, it's not an existing studio like, I don't know, NCSoft, right? They're like, okay, we start working on a game and boom, all their like resources are allocated to that, or like a part of their resources. They are also building studio from scratch. And if any of you ever try to like start a company or launch a business, even a small business, like managing like even 5 people is like fucking difficult, you know, can be difficult. But when it comes to something like this, like making a game development studio, especially in NA, when like in San Diego, where everything is expensive as fuck, and like you have to build everything from scratch, it's a challenge on its own, and it's no easy challenge. So yeah. Is there a resource somewhere for the best races for each archetype? It doesn't matter. You can pick any archetype, any race. It doesn't affect you in any way. There's no racial passives or anything like that, which I think is a good choice. Onboarding developers is a 2-3 month process too. Well, yeah, probably. I enjoy the game, but the performance just makes it not as fun. Yep, that's the purpose of alpha. We are, by playing the game now, we're contributing to like making it better, because you can't test the performance when like properly when you have a, I don't know, like your internal QA team, because it's a totally different story when you have thousands of people who are like, you know, doing what people normally do, like, and playing as humans. Giving Ranger a try. Yeah, good luck. And wait, there was also something else that I completely forgot to mention on this topic, but yeah, apparently it's gone. What do you recommend for grinding mobs? Feels like respawn times aren't low enough and pack sizes aren't large enough to try to grind more places. Then you go to, like, then you need spot with more mobs, or like higher level mobs, or faster respawn times. It's pretty simple. What is your level currently? Or maybe I don't know which mobs are you farming, but are those like elite mobs, like 2-3 stars? Because if you're farming like, you know, normal mobs, then obviously you're gonna run into that issue, especially in a group. Okay, I was heading to one place where I can actually level up. It's gonna take quite some time to get here, but once I'm there, it's... Yeah, I'll probably just go there, to be honest, because why fucking not? Is there a storage somewhere in Dunehold? It's encampment. Yes, there is. Where you got your cloak cosmetic from mail? Yes, but I heard that some people haven't received the cloaks, like, or because I received 2 cloaks. I don't remember what the second one was for, but I heard that some people haven't received, and I don't know why. But yeah, you get that on mail. I'm level 8 currently. And which location are you farming, TJ? Guessing speed doesn't matter at max level. Not really, but apart from XP you also, like, the more XP you have, the higher is the percent of stat dampening that you have. So now for me it's 2%. It's not much, but eventually they will do something about it. I think it will be a bit more punishing, right? So that the death means something. Do you have like factions? Like, no. This is a game, and once again, that's one of the reasons why I play this game, is because we don't have factions. So they, like, basically they create an environment where players are encouraged to join, like, how do you say that? Like, in-game organizations that are not tied to factions. So, for example, guilds, you know, different communities, groups. There's gonna be also, like, for example, if you become a citizen, you are basically a member of your nodes, and it's like your own little faction, right? So if your node gets attacked by another node, you're gonna be fighting citizens of that node with citizens of your node, right? And I like it more. The reason why I don't like faction-based games is because I don't want the game to make a choice for me who is my friend and who is my enemy. I want to make that choice myself. Because I've seen that in New World, for example, where I've seen people from different factions that are pretty chill, and I would love to play with them. And at the same time, I've seen people from my faction who are like, you know, fucking brain dead, and I would love to clap them. But yeah, I tried Church of Seven, but it was packed, so now I'm Gem Spring. Yeah, so Church is a very popular location. Oh, you see? A sign that we are playing a game that is in alpha. Roads are a bit fucked now, but we've seen that before. It's gonna change. So on level 8, you might want to give it a try, like Highwayman Hills probably. Maybe Daragal Estate. Where is that? Yeah, right here. Maybe Halls. Wait, where is that? Halls of Judication here. It's a bit like higher level mobs. Coca-Cola Bear. Thank you for the follow. Nice name you have out there. The guild tag looks good on you. I mean, short and simple, I guess. Oh, look who we have here. We need to raid this guy, probably. Anyway, yeah, we're heading to here. And when I get there... Oh, actually, there is a harbor. That's awesome. Because if there is a harbor, then it means that there is a storage as well, right? And if it's a storage, that means we can drop our shit there without having to run far. And also we can repair the tools. Oh, there's a Weeping Willow. Let's yoink it. Maybe, like, not that I really need it, but if it's gonna end up being like, you know, legendary, maybe it's gonna be fine. Troubly, thank you for the follow. Appreciate your kind support. Welcome. Oh, finally people are selling bags. Yeah, it's baskets. And I will need to get those. I will need probably 2 mining bags and 2 lumberjacking bags. Wait, someone, I forgot completely. Someone was asking a question about hunting. Is that person still in chat? Yep. Oh, perfect. Sorry, I forgot. So for hunting, there are a couple of options. And yeah, it is true. Leveling hunting from 1 to 10 is much more difficult than from 10 to 20. So what I would recommend is there is Samia's Hope, right? The starting area here, right? And there is a field right here. There is a lot of spiders and you need to come there during the daytime, not during the night. And there's a lot of low level spiders that respawn pretty fast. I think it's like 30 seconds or something. So the idea is you want to come there ideally as a high level. For me, it was easy because I was like already level 25 and I also have a short bow that is super useful for that type of farm. And all you have to do is to run in circles like this, eliminate an unhealthy amount of spiders here, and they have a chance to respawn as huntable. And then you just basically yoink them. Since hunting is pretty annoying, I would also recommend using a scroll of gathering XP. Let's crafting, scribe, novice scroll of gathering experience, this one. And since it's relatively cheap to craft, you might want to craft it of higher rarity. So I was using epic scroll, so you need 1 epic ruby pretty much, but any other will do. Like you can, if you have heroic, to heroic, if you have rare, to rare. It's not expensive, but it will save you time. Right. Another option is Grems, south of Linehold. So here is Linehold, right? And here is the southern exit, and there is a shit ton of Grems here, right, in this area. So you basically do the same thing as with spiders. The only difference is, since it's close to starting area, there's gonna be a fucking metric shit ton of people here, and also people who are farming grams. So those people will try to yoink that. Well, once again, since I had a short bow, I was high level and I knew what I was doing. Like I could still get like around 45 to 50 gram carcasses per hour. Like in total about 50 carcasses, because it's not only grams that you can get there. But yeah, it might be challenging. So you suffer there for a couple of hours, and from level 10 you go to, wait, where is that? Yeah, this place. There's currently an event, so I can't show it, but it's called Baineswood Cemetery, and there is silkworm larvas or something like that. They respawn pretty fast, like probably 2.5 minutes, if I don't if I recall correctly. So you basically run in circles and loot them. They give a lot of XP, and since you need an apprentice level hunting bow to pick them up, you see, apprentice hunting bow, even the common one has a perk for hunting XP, so it's pretty fast. I did from leveled up hunting from 10 to 20 within maybe like hour and a half or something, so it's pretty fast. The guild tag isn't very likable after watching dozens of attacking a bugged boss. Did they rebrand or have change of leadership for Ashes? Which boss are you talking about? Crazy nice. Yeah, you're very welcome. Tumok. Yeah, Tumok can be bugged. Like we had the same thing. Like we were fighting Polar in phase 2.5 as a part of EU Alliance. And I've seen the same thing, that Tumok got bugged and they got, like, Polar killed them. And I was like, But then when we were farming Tumok, the same thing happened and we didn't do anything. So whether the boss is bugged or not, like, it's not something you do intentionally. And whether he's bugged or not, the outcome does not change because it will just die one way or another. And we had a similar, because, like, in phase 2, I was playing in a guild called Soldios. And let's put it this way, it was treated by general population as Polar is being treated on an A, right? So people didn't really like us, and we've been accused of all the deadly sins out there exist. And there was a person, there were people coming to my chat and like, oh, you're Soldios, exploiters, this and that. And I'm like, okay, please send me a single video of like me or somebody else exploiting, right? Obviously, every single time people didn't send anything because they just, talk the talk, right? But then one person sent a video and I'm like, oh my god, let's see what is out there. So the situation was the following. There was a firebrand respawn and he respawned here, right near New Ayla. It's one of his respawn points. And the problem with him is he got stuck in the trees, right? And that guy saw several people attacking him. And he's like, oh my god, look, they're attacking a boss who's not moving, this and that. And I look at it and I'm like, this thing can only come from someone who never farmed Firebrand. Because first of all, the moment that he respawns and you have a few people there, if you have a tank and a cleric, you instantly start attacking him, right? So it's not something exceptional. Like even if you have like 2 people, you start attacking him to tag him, right? Secondly, we were like very, very geared. So whether the Firebrand fights back or not fight back, the outcome is the same. He's dead in 5 minutes. So I'm like, well, what's the issue? Like, it would be one thing if we like did something intentionally to make him, get stuck or something like that. Yeah, that would not be good, but we didn't do anything and nothing really changes. So it doesn't give us any advantage, like in any way, shape or form. So why are you crying? Which gear stats should a ranger prioritize? So you obviously prioritize physical power. Crit chance and physical speed are important. Critical power is important. You try not to have very low accuracy, right? But you get accuracy from strength usually, right? So usually it's fine. And also HP. HP is important. And of course, same as any class, you look at your physical defense and magical defense. Bro, why are you hitting me? It's level 17. I'm not gonna fight level 17. Yeah, it's bad rap and it's definitely not everyone, but the reputation is there. I mean, if you actually look at the core of the things, like, because when we had drama with Polar in 2.5, right? You probably don't realize how many people sent me videos with like about Polar being this and doing this and that, and I'm looking at that like you know, I get a video with like, look, there's a Polar exploiting yada yada yada, and I look at it and I'm like, well, it's not an exploit. Like, what are you talking about? I understand that you don't like Polar, I get that. I understand that you will look for every like possible way to accuse them of something. Okay. But what you sent doesn't make sense. It's not like an exploit and it's not anything bad. So kinda, you know, don't... The problem is not even that. That's just basic human behavior. The problem is that you are trying to use me as someone to talk shit about like a guild, which is factually not true. So basically you're trying to mislead me. And that's something I do not appreciate. And it doesn't matter like whether it's Polar or any other guild. That's not what I would do. Dex matters. Yeah, of course. In terms of stats, like all physical stats matter, right? Basically for physical classes, it's 3 physical stats plus mentality, because mentality is also kind of something that you might want to have. Hi, better wait 25 for start the profession or better start early? That depends. You can do it at any level. Like I usually start... Like, I usually try to get to 25 ASAP, so everything else is postponed, right? But let's put it here to free some space. But there are people who start from artisan skills right away, because like we had crafters in the guild who start early just to, you know, be able to support the guild. I'm not trying to get you to talk shit. No. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm, you know, talking about the interactions with other people I had. So, like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Actually, I like your YouTube videos and saw you being the GF verify type of person and actually wanted your level-headed point of view. Yeah. Because the thing is, at all situations like this, there is how do you call it? Like, there is a truth of a person who accuses them of something. There is their truth. There is Intrepid's truth. And there's also, like, something that's usually in between, what actually happens. Because, you know, and a lot of people, once again, do not understand that. And they're just, you know, they have a certain belief. And they are gonna be looking for everything that supports their belief and ignore everything that, you know, that contradicts it. Harper, thank you for the follow, welcome. Which is like a textbook example of confirmation bias, right? Because changing your opinion hurts because it implies admitting to some degree that you are not perfectly accurate or were just straight out wrong. Where to farm Radiant Bow, solo or small group? I don't know, if it's a general drop, you can basically farm any level 20 plus mobs. And you'll have a chance to get it. Oh, Jay, thank you for Twitch Prime. Appreciate your support, man. Right, or the other way to do it is to just, you know, spend some time to make gold and buy it from the marketplace. And this one would be much more reliable because, you know, you don't pray for drops and then winning the roll, right? You just buy what you need and that's all. You know what the best mount is at 25? It's how is that called? A lion, basically. What? Hang on, I don't remember how is it called. Protector Sprite. It has 175% speed. How are you enjoying the beef in the general chat? In the general chat, like I was like, I'm usually not really interested in like beefs and drama. Like sometimes like, even though you're not looking for one, you end up being a part of one. But this phase I was like, whatever, like I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I don't have the time to deal with that, and I have zero interest in dealing with that. So I paid 8 gold for my breedling. Yeah, I paid like 5 plus gave the guy some gear, but it was really early and like early game, so 5 gold was like a decent amount of money. Teleporter. That's a guy from my static group. We've been leveling with him. In the same group, he plays Summoner. Misty, hello. Do you have a PvP guide? I only have a PvP guide for Ranger. Like, it's a part of a general Ranger guide on my YouTube. Oh, we have a comment on YouTube. Having someone to rush tier 2 tools isn't the worst idea. It's not only it's not the worst idea, it's a pretty smart idea. Yeah, and once again, quick reminder, the main stream and chat is on Twitch. So if you want me to, like, if you want to ask something and get a reply not in 2 hours when I switch the tab, yeah, it's better to do that on Twitch. Actually, we already have a level 20. Let's see, buildings, woodshop, building upgrades. Okay, so they have the basic one. And you know what comes after basic one? A master one. And you know what that means? It means that people will be crafting level 26 bows. Which will, if I recall correctly, some of them require Edeldom, which is a tier 2 tree in anvils. So it might be worth farming, actually. Oh, they haven't changed the map here. It's still an old map. You see there is no this thing here, but like no, like it shows like it's a small lake, but in reality it's connected to the ocean now. So we're almost there. I might actually join, and we might actually probably do it on stream even. If I catch the guys who are doing sports fishing. Just join them, probably with my alt, I guess, because my alt is like journeyman fisherman. But definitely not on my main. Oh, you see there's already fields of herbs here. Now we can actually start collecting them. Kathrina, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate support. And your name actually is pretty familiar. Like, I think you're one of the older viewers, right? Yeah, it's always nice to see people and recognize their names, and you remember that they were on streams like a year ago when, you know, the game was only like in Alpha 2 Phase 1, you know, it was early days. Okay, that's kind of good. There we go. All right, so we need to get rid of this, obviously. So that's, we have the storage. You're welcome. No, it's your first message, so maybe I'm confusing you with someone. You're welcome. I watched a few videos from your YouTube channel, you're ok. I'll make sure that you keep doing it, mainly from Ranger. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, but we'll see how it goes, because I already told the story. I'm unexpectedly, like the day before the November live stream, when we got the announcement about Steam and stuff like that, I was talking to my IRL friends. Like, we had a call, and like my friends are now pretty much scattered around the world. Some people are in Europe, some people are like in Canada, you know, so I'm basically the last one who left in Ukraine. And after some time, one of the guys says like, oh, yo, I'm actually gonna be firing one guy from a company where I work. Do you want to take his place? Because we previously worked together for like in a different company, and so he kind of knows me and like knows what I can do, what I can't do, etc. And I'm like, well, I'm not really looking for a job, but then he starts, you know, describing the position, and I'm like, you fucking sneaky bastard, because the position that I might be taking is just fucking amazing, and it feels like it was tailored for me specifically because it just checks all the boxes, you know, because it's a remote work, you know, like not like a flexible schedule, you have pretty much unlimited, like unlimited, how do you call it, basically you can do whatever you want as long as as long as it's good for the company, right? And you know, you can recruit people, you can fire people who are not doing well, like you can do everything, right? And I'm like, well, that's exactly what I did in the past, and I don't know. So we agreed to talk after the new year, and then I'll see how it goes. But it's a very tough choice, because like I would love to keep doing what I'm doing, right? But at the same time, I know what the rational choice here is, and obviously I'll continue doing what I'm doing, but you know, I will have less time, which is not something that you want to, like, not the circumstances that you want to be in when you are like playing in a hardcore guild, and when you're have a MMO, like a community around an MMO, which is usually like, it takes a lot of time. So I don't know, I'll see how it goes. I'm a Brazilian in Canada, there are a few Ukrainians here, I used to work with a few, luck on whatever happened. Thank you, man, appreciate it. Yeah, one of my friends moved to Canada. The funny thing that his English is like exceptionally well for a non-native speaker, like exceptionally good, sorry. And he wanted to be a writer, so he applied for student visa in US twice, and both times he got rejected. And he's like, I don't know why, like I want to join university, like I can show everything, like all my background info, I have money to travel, I have money to live there, I'm not gonna be like, you know, just like an illegal immigrant, I want to do everything properly, and he just was refused, you know. And it was very surprising, but now he got to Canada at least, and he might be coming back because he's not like super happy there, coming back to Europe. It's not all it's cracked up to be here either. What do you mean? Okay, are we making some progress? Okay, herbalism 1341. Yeah, it's like the US. Yeah, but he wanted to like to get the to get to the university and do everything like the way it's supposed to be, because he ended up going into the game dev industry, and his name was in the how do you call it, in the credits to Battlefield 6, but initially he wanted to be a writer. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah, true. You never know. Guys. Did they give him a reason for denial? I'm not sure, because there was no explanation pretty much, because he checked all the boxes pretty much. He had everything like you can possibly ask for. Like, he's very fluent in English, he is doing well financially, so you know, like paying for like place to live, paying for university, for living expenses was not a problem, and they're just like, no, fuck off. So are you a game dev? No, I'm not. I am not. Hey Flanker, where would you suggest grinding at level 17 in a group? You might want to try Civilian, right? That's the first option. Second option might be Steel Bloom. I'm not sure if 17 is fine for it. Might be tough, but that's another one. Ursine Caves, another option. There are spots in Anvils, some new spots in Anvils, and there might be some good spots like POIs, Pocket Dungeons, and Desert, but unfortunately I don't know, because the map is actually fucking huge, and there are many changes, so I don't really know. But in Riverlands, that's where you can go. It's pretty rough time to get in around here at the moment. Yeah, and the thing is, what surprises me is, like, when you're, like, it's hard when you're trying to do everything legally, but apparently, you know, when people have no issues to come there, like, had no issues back then to come there illegally. And I'm like, how does that work? Why do you punish people who, you know, who do things properly? It was very weird. I heard at 19 there are some good crabs that give like 60k XP on corn. I know that people farm corn, but I don't like, where is that? Here. But I don't know exactly what the levels are and how much XP you can get there. But I heard that corn has some good spots, and also brine barrel. I think there are goblins. If I'm not confusing it with corn, I think it's brine barrel with a goblin spot, like level 22 or something. Like basically the same mobs that you see in Tropics. You can still kill crabs till 18, 19 in Tropics. Yeah, true. Sharkisha, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh wait, it's I'm talking to you. Okay. It's rad. All right, we are full. Let's go drop our stuff. Basically, that's one of the reasons why I came to Anvils, because there is a lot of places like this with like fields covered with herbs, so you can level it up here, like level up herbalism here pretty damn fast. Does every node have a turn-in spot even if it's not developed to a village? No, it's only it needs to be a village or a town. If you want to deliver crates there. So yeah, it kind of feels weird to me playing this phase, because that's not the rhythm and the tempo that I'm used to. But at the same time, if you're playing in a guild, you know, you can be useful even if you don't play much, right? Do crafting, help your crafters, gatherers, you know, that kind of thing. Just basically set your goals according to your the amount of time you can play. Sorry if you answered this. For ranger, is it longbow or shortbow? Longbow. Longbow, because it has a longer range and it has better procs on finishers here, because shortbow only has bleeding and snares, and both of them are not really good, while longbow has wound, which is good for PvP, probably the best for PvP. New to the game and I picked Ranger. Love the class. Is there anything you would recommend I need to do first? If you are a new player, I would probably recommend you to... I don't know if you watched it or not. I have a Ranger guide on YouTube. Because it's basically the only archetype that I can make a guide about. Because I've been playing Ranger all this time for like 2,000 hours. So it's the only class that I'm confident in. So I would start with that just to get a basic understanding of Ranger and the role, his role in like groups and PvP. The longbow range extends your spell range. No, it doesn't affect your spell range. It only applies to your auto attacks. But if your range is 35 meters and another player uses like a weapon with 30-meter range, you have like a gap of 5 meters where you can deal damage and avoid taking damage, which is massive. My game is an infinite loading screen. It sucks. I have the same thing now on my second PC. So what you need to do is to close the game fully. Click, what's that button? Stop on the Steam page and then try to launch it again. And it's what you can do for now. And repeat until you log in. For future, you just want to, when you're logging out, try to do that in the area that is not crowded or overpopulated. Like if I, try to log in here in the middle of fucking nowhere, then I will never have any queues or any issues. Because there, god damn, I have something here. Hello? Okay, let's drop this stuff here. Actually, I don't really need to kind of organize it in any way. I'll just... Kaiser, thank you for the follow. Happy Luke, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. All right, so where have I been going? I've been going all this time to... I think it's right there. Nidenal, thank you for the follow too. Welcome. So we're almost there. And Big Boy Joy, sorry I missed you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate your kind support. Right, we want to stay away from this Minotaurs. Actually, this is a pretty good spot. Oh, there we go. This is where I was going. This is what I want to see when I have a goal to level up my herbalism, right? So there is a good spot here actually with Minotaurs, like level, I don't know, like 18. I think they're level 18, 19 on top. It's not the easiest one, but yo, what is happening? Hello? Hello, Impen. Hello, how's it going? What the fuck is going on? Bro, I need to keep some distance. What the fuck? It's a few flower, yeah. But I'm wondering what's wrong with these guys. Are they like, doing morning run or something? What the fuck am I looking at? It's funny as fuck. AoE opportunity, yeah. For them. They can farm me. Because they are like, there's a lot of them here. They can probably fuck me up. No, I mean, I'll probably kill them, but... I mean, let's give it a try. Actually, are they... I fucking hate short bow, not gonna lie. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, what is this thing? Okay, I understand I apologize, okay. Please let me mount, hello? I'm roaching. They killed the mount. Are you fucking kidding me? Блять! Kurva. Fucking run. That's insane. The lag is terrible. It fucked up my mount and I couldn't mount. Good game. Fuck off. Fuck off. Bro, I'm so cooked. I'm so stupid. Not gonna lie, actually. Why I don't have a region buff? I'm dead. Actually, maybe I'm not dead. Get fu- Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have this. I don't... Camouflage? Bro, that would be the fucking stupidest death I ever have. My mount got cooked. Like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's all I can say. Yeah, I can't kill them. And the short bow is annoying as fuck. I completely forgot about it. Because with longbow, if you want to cast something, you just cast it. And short bow gets you kind of locked in the auto attack animation. And this what nearly got me killed. Like, are they supposed to behave this way? What the fuck? Leash timer? No, there is no timer. It's the distance. Bro, apparently you can't really go AFK here. Because you will get fucked by these runners. I mean, fitness is good for your health, I heard. It's the first time I'm seeing this. I'm wondering... Okay, those guys are just standing still. They're chilling. I'm wondering if it's their intended behavior. That they're like patrolling here, you know? Bro, I'm just perma-stuck and waiting for async loading. Yeah, I feel you, man. Have you also logged out in a crowded area? Yeah. That's the reason why I came here. Because there is a... The climate is good here, apparently. Fuck, these are all harvestable? Yeah, yep. We were farming that spot while leveling, and I remembered it. There is a shit ton of them here. Actually, have I... Yeah, okay, I repaired it. Holy shit, yeah, exactly. Sick. I could make a cinematic video here pretty much to use in the YouTube videos. I probably will. Prepare for 1k people to come siphon them. No, I don't think there is enough. By the time people collect them all, they will respawn. It's just an infinite daffodil loop. What's your gear like? It's dog shit. It's just a mix of level 10, 20 stuff, whatever I dropped while leveling. I haven't worked on the gear like at all. But it looks sick, and actually I think anvils look better than they used to be previously. They did something. And I like the wind, because sometimes wind looks a little bit weird, but when it works properly, it looks pretty nice. Not gonna lie. Any tips for a new archer? It doesn't feel like we have much to kite with. I mean, we do. Like, we have 3 traps, we have Winefield, we have Disengage. We can have 2 Disengages with the upgrades. We can root with Airstrike. But if you're... Wait, weren't you the one... Wait, weren't you the one who asked? Ah, it was a different person. So, Masaki, what you might want to do if you're playing Ranger... I'm gonna drop a link. I have a Ranger guide that you might want to want to take a look at real quick.
So, you chose Ranger.
Boom, there you go. This might give you like some basic understanding of the class. Seems like Ranger, like Archer, just go sperma. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. We tested PvP on PTR before the early access release. If you have good gear, you don't really run out of mana. Obviously, like in that particular test, we were all like wearing legendary gear, and I had like 4.5k mana or something. So with that gear, you don't really run out of mana, and we were doing 16 versus 16 PvP, like scrims, like in guild. But if you take phase 3, for example, or even phase 2.5, you need to keep an eye on your mana and don't just spam abilities, because you want to mix them with your auto attacks. Because Sater, thank you for the follow. Because first of all, you regen mana from the auto attacks if you have refreshing follow through, or if you have inner fire, right? And secondly, you apply finishers, so the enemy that you're attacking will get wound stacks, right? And thirdly, you need to, like, abilities deal more DPS, obviously. They are for burst, and you don't want to burst, like, I don't know, tank with full HP or some other target with full HP. You want to keep them for, like, to save them for, you know, like if you see a mage with like half HP, that's your target. If you see a cleric with half HP, that's your target, right? That kind of thing. That's when you burst. I mean, I might, maybe I can show what I mean on, because I have some recordings of the old scrims. Right, I might explain a bit what I mean here real quick. Walking from Ireland to Crab's Harbor. Rip. Yeah, it's a long walk. So like, yeah, we can pause for a sec. I'll just go camo here so that I don't get clapped by those fucking runners. I'll explain what I mean. Let me pull up metal. Do I have any recordings of that somewhere? Yeah, just so that you understand. Just so that you understand how much footage I have for videos. Like it's... Well, actually, we need to sort by ashes of creation. Right? It is so much shit here. All it's all like... You know, that kind of thing. Big Rex, thank you for the follow. So let me find some scrim footage real quick. Yeah, this one, for example. Let me mute it. So it's scrims from phase 3 on EU against another EU guild. So it's 16 versus 16, right? I have a defensive target set on the shot caller so that if he makes a call, I instantly click one key and target the person that he wants me to attack, right? So for now, like I'm doing AoE, it's positioning, and I'm sniping the mage. Mage is a good target for a ranger, right? Like we're sniping mage here, we're following up with the salvo. He goes down to half HP. That's the time when you can use headshot, because headshot deals additional damage to targets below half HP. I'm trying to deal damage to finish him because he's marked. Then he dies. Meanwhile, I'm casting root, and the moment when I'm casting root, there are people here, and look here. By the time it's procs, there's like people left, but it's still like an okay position because a lot of people will walk in. Right? You see, like this walked in, this guy, so 4 people get rooted just because of it, like accidentally, right? Then I do my, since there's a shit ton of people per square inch, I can do my scatter shots, charge scatter shots, because even if I'm completely bad with aiming, I will still hit something, right? I do 1, I do 2, I hit the good target because like he's half HP and I want to deal as much damage as possible, because the problem with that is like even if enemy has 1 HP, he still deals the same amount of damage as if he was 100% HP. So you want to kill as many targets as possible, right? To reduce the damage that your team is taking. Then I get rooted by a rogue, he jumps on me, I cleanse the root, I try to disengage from him, and I get the target on a cleric with like who is very low. And like this is the target for a ranger. This is what you want to attack. I'm starting with salvo again, since I use dazed ammo. Applying dazed, like you see this icon dazed, allows me to silence if I want to, if I use thundering shot. Since he's half HP, I'm using headshot. And I'm marking, I should have marked a bit earlier, but you know, I'm not perfect. I keep putting pressure on him. I'm doing barrage. Since he ends up being in a clump, I choose to switch to scatter shot because like there's a lot of people, right? I can deal a lot of AoE damage. Hang on, sorry, my cat is scratching the sofa. Yeah. So the moment when I'm trying to cast it, I get silenced. And I'm switching to auto attacks and repositioning a little bit. I see a very big clump. It's a juicy opportunity for a root, right? But it's still on cooldown. So I'm shooting. I got the cleric back in target, and you see fighter is actually, it's a sick moment. Look at this animation, like boom. Fighting another cleric. It might be actually a good idea to, since this cleric is kind of, you know, out of position and he's getting fucked, it could have been a good idea to switch to this one. But this guy is also juicy because he only has half HP, right? So I continue doing salvo just to keep the dazed, and I'm silencing, but like he dies, right? This is a mistake, but it's a mistake. Like I obviously know it's a mistake. I shouldn't use headshot on this guy, but the problem is why this happened is because I did not expect my, hang on, where is that? So you see I'm casting thundering shot, and right when I'm casting it, his health goes down. So I'm casting it knowing that he has half HP, right? And I'm ready to hit the headshot instantly, but apparently I misclick. And instead of casting headshot on him that is supposed to kill him, because he's already dead, I'm doing it here, right? So this is something that I shouldn't have done. That's like not a serious mistake, but something you want to avoid, right? I mean, actually, there's no such thing as a mistake that is not serious. It's a mistake, that's all, pretty much. Then we have a clump here. We root. And since they can't really move, it's a good opportunity to, they're static targets, so I can charge my scatter shot. Boom. They can't move unless they use a CC break. Okay, cool. Cleric is dead. Then I'm looking for a target. You know, I'm tabbing, trying to find a good target. Because, like, you can click them manually, but it's annoying as fuck because, you know, it might take half a second to locate your, you know, mouse pointer or whatever it's called in English, and then you are trying to click on a specific nameplate when there's a shit ton of nameplates and they're moving, so it might be annoying. And I don't have a defensive target because apparently the guy died, right? So I have to just tab real quick. Cursor, yeah. So I find a ranger, not the best target, but better than nothing. I use AoE because for AoE you don't need a target, right? I'm deciding to go with the ranger because he's half HP and I don't have anything better. I see a little clump here. Trying to, I noticed the rogue with a very low HP. I'm trying to hit him, but I miss. And then I tap and I get him finally here. Boom, 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 dead. A fucking wolf came here. I swapped back to ranger because he's still half HP. I'm rooted, but it doesn't matter. Boom, dead. I got, let's see. But this is pretty much over because they only have 3 people. Okay, I marked the Bard, but you know he's not fighting. It's pretty much over. So let's kind of like this, right? But it's like there's a lot, like in general, like PvP is not like doesn't look complicated at first, right? When you look at the skill tree, you can figure this shit out. You can figure this shit out. Everybody's like almost like using the same skills most of the time, right? So it's kind of easy to learn. But when it comes to applying all the rotations, coordinating with your team and stuff like that, the sky is the limit. Because, like, you know, there's so much to learn, like positioning, comms, different group compositions, you know, synergies, like offensive tactics, defensive tactics, kiting, you know, bombing. There's so much to learn. Like I'm not the, like, you know, the best PvPer. I'm okayish, but not, you know, exceptional. And when I look at people who are truly exceptional, you're like, holy fuck, how do you process this all in your head, you know, so fast? Question, when you PvE, do you just use the same skills on your bar or do you change? No, at this point, like since I'm level 25, I use the same skills, right? Wait, yeah, the same skills. I don't really change anything. Yeah, I don't. But when you're lower level, you need to swap skills. Like if you're killing mobs solo, then you want to have like more single target damage. If you're farming packs of mobs, then you obviously want to have more AoE, right, in your kit. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, but PvP, like if PvP is your thing, and if you end up in a guild that does like small events like this, like scrims, it's so much fun. Holy fuck. Like you know, I remember I joined a guild in phase 2. It was phase 2, and I started in a guild that was like supposed to be hardcore, but it was only hardcore on paper. In reality, there wasn't, like, a lot of people decided not to play, and you know how it goes. And then I joined on January 1st. I joined Soldios. Like, it was pretty much I guess the best EU guild, the best guild on EU back then. And holy fuck, it was so much fun. Like in my first day, we had like big training with like movement and positioning, large scale, how to basically make a formation when there's like a lot of people, how to hold that formation while moving, how to move all together properly, how to, you know, attack together, how to kite together. It was so much fun, and it was my first day, and I'm like, god damn, I fucking love it, you know. And then we started doing scrims, like, you know, 5v5, 8v8, like, you know, and I was like, damn, I fucking love it. It's so much fun. And the best thing is you're doing this with your friends, you're training. Oh my god, fuck off. What the fuck? Yeah, that's the question that a lot of people ask when they see it. It's in Anvils, near the harbor. Yeah, it's insane. It's just literally insane. Oh, okay, I guess. I was like, what the fuck is that? Bro. These fucking runners are annoying, not gonna lie. But I think it might be... You know what I'm thinking about? What if these runners... What if it's actually intended, and it's... they're placed here intentionally so that you can't use some sort of bot here, that, you know, just to farm all this without any risk or anything. Because if you're gonna try to automate it somewhere here, you're gonna get fucked by the mobs. Maybe that's the reason. I was wondering what is that sound? It's apparently my neighbor using a generator. Oh, there you go. bro, where's my route? Okay, apparently I cancelled it with a dodge roll. I'm an idiot. There we go. Also, there's some sort of like a slight delay here, apparently, because of the servers. Because, like, even though I'm playing on NA from EU, like, I don't notice ping. Ping is, like, not a problem. It's the server sometimes. Bro, can I just find... Okay, I'll be farming here, okay? I understand. You need your personal space. I actually might want to rotate here. Hi. Hello, hello, Smithy. How's it going? Oh, I accidentally interrupted it. Wait, what? Hang on. Polar and its puppet mayor, Darrow, will be run off the streets. We must unite. We must come work together to overcome tyrants and Zerg guilds. The server supports us. Down with Darrow, down with Polar. You see, there's some serious role-playing going on. It's going, how are you? Same as always. Could be better, could be worse. Not complaining. Actually need to fill the bottle. Hang on. Do you do your own crafting on weapons or equipment? No, I don't. If I want to, like, I prefer usually buying stuff, right? Just focusing on making gold and buying stuff. But if I want to craft something, I would go to my guild crafters and they will help me. Taxes are being 100% in Verra is crazy work. Oh yeah, of course. Of course it's... Taxes will stay at 100% until progress is made on buy orders. That's some dictatorship out there. So yeah. Sometimes it's necessary. The thing is about 100% access. So when we were playing phase 2, right? We didn't have a lot of desert. We didn't have anvils. We only basically had Riverlands. This was the main area and a little bit of desert and a little bit of tropics as well, right? So we were living here in this area and we were running caravans from basically from this side of the map to desert, like, right? And our enemies were running caravans from Nuela and Joava to tropics. I don't remember where the harbor was, right? So from here and here, and they were on this side of the map. The thing is, we managed to win the election here, and we set the taxes to 100% here to fuck up their caravan routes, right? Because you previously bought the cargo for Glint, and it made it like much more expensive and less efficient. So it was a very interesting tactical move that we managed to do. Those were like good old days. Where do you like to go for running crates? I don't really like running crates this phase, and I'm not really, you know, grinding this phase, to be honest. But usually the furthest you go, the more is the higher is the payout. You know what I did the last phase, by the way? So the last phase we were like, our guild was playing on EU, but we didn't have a lot of people. And since like I was in that guild, a lot of people didn't like us, right? So we had like maybe 20-30 people. And like if you're getting caught like somewhere, you're gonna be facing like 3x numbers like in 5 minutes, right? So the way I figured it out, we had Mirrorlet, and I had like maxed out reputation in Mirrorlet, and out of all the nodes, this one was the furthest. And all these were not developed, right? So initially, obviously, the shortest route is from Mirrorlet. You go all the way on the top, you enter near Halcyon, and you go all the way north. Simple. The problem is you couldn't really do that because all that was perma-camped and there was a lot of people. The moment if you launch a caravan, you're fucked because someone will spot you and there's gonna be people coming for you. So I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I need to make money somehow. So the way I was doing it, it's a little bit retarded, but it worked insanely well. So everyone is like, a lot of people are here, but nobody's going here. And there is a road here that leads to this harbor. So what I was doing, I was crafting crates here, like in the middle of the night when everyone is sleeping. I was sneaking with my caravan to the harbor and back. So I was bringing all the crates from Mirlet to this harbor and stockpiling them here. Then I had also a second account, right, and on my second PC. So I was running 2 caravans at the same time. What I did next is I trade the crates here to my second account, right, to half of them. And I launched 2 caravans here and I sail on a raft. So my route was basically you go here, then you go all the way south, then you go all the way here, then you pass through a choke point here, hoping that there is nobody, you know, around. Usually it was fine. Then you go like this, then you go like this, then you go all the way on top to here, and then you go here, and then you pass through the choke here, and you go all the way here. You land here, you convert to raft to caravan, and you deliver here. This is how I did it. It took about 6 hours. That looked, yes, around 6 hours. But it's a pretty chill thing because you do it on 2 accounts. And if you're like, after you do it for some times, you're like, okay, I'm here, I need to get here. I know it's half an hour, so I'll go do something. So it's like completely AFK, right? Pretty much. And then from here to here, it's like 1 hour. Like, you know, from here to here, it's 1 hour. From here to here, it's like maybe like 2 hours or so, you know, and from like here to here, it's 1 hour. So you're like, okay, I'm clicking auto run and just like, I'll go have 2 hours of sleep, you know, that kind of thing. The funniest shit that happened is I was sailing here at the border of the map, right? Because there was an invisible wall and I was sailing right like next to it as far as possible from the, like, so basically out of rendering distance from the island. And then I look at my second screen and I see that I fucking crashed into another raft that was heading from here, like in the opposite, блять, hang on. That was heading in the opposite direction. So it's a fucking middle of nowhere, middle of the, like not middle of the ocean, but kind of like, you know, far. And we ended up doing the same thing and we crashed and both stopped. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And the guy is like, holy fuck, I didn't see that, you know, because he was also kind of semi-AFK running it. And that was funny. So yeah, it's good old days, but I ended up making pretty decent gold because for caravans, like usually you don't run caravan solo, you run it with a group, and when you need other people, you know, it's always like, oh, my crates are not ready, oh, I'll be late, I'll be half an hour, oh, I crashed, and then this and that and that. And as funny as that may sound, I could be spending my time fucking more effectively doing 6-hour runs compared to normal caravan runs where you run with other people, just simply because of that, because I can do it anytime, right? I'm not connected to anyone, like not connected, but like I don't wait for anybody. I don't need to, like, you know, deal with all this organizational stuff. I just, like, whenever I'm dependent, yeah, true, thank you, right? So I can just do it whenever I want. And it was also very like was a very low risk in doing that. The only time I lost a caravan is when I got here and there was a guy from a different guild who was doing the same route and he was AFKing apparently, and his caravan got stuck here, like unconverted, like right in the shore. And I'm approaching it and I see him, I'm like, what the fuck? And the problem is, there were already people who saw him here, and they were like, basically, they made the call, and people were coming. And then they see my caravan. I'm like converting, I'm trying to move here. And obviously they're like, when there's a choice between a static caravan and the caravan that can get away, they attack me. So I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting, it started with a tank, I think. Or yeah, it was a tank. The tank starts attacking me. I'm fighting him. You know, I'm beating the tank as a ranger because I'm using everything that I can possibly have, like, you know, elixir, scrolls, food, everything. Like, ranger by default is not supposed to beat the tank. Then he dies. Then the fighter comes from that guild. I beat the fighter, which is also not supposed to happen because fighter like kicks ranger's ass. But I'm just like, I have a good gear and I use everything, right? But when they then they come together and I can't do anything. Like, I can't 1v2 on a ranger. And I call my friends who can come urgently. We get a few people, and they get a few people, and it was like, fight was fun actually, but I lost the caravan like literally like 20 meters in front of the, you know, in front, like 20 meters away from the node. But it is what it is. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you lose. But the thing is, like, I don't even care about that caravan that much because, like, it was one failure out of like dozens of runs, right? And it's like the losses that I can take. How much gold you made that run? So it depended on the price of the crates, right? So I was delivering 21 crates per caravan. So if I'm delivering 2, that's 42 crates. The lowest price that I sold them for was like 3.3 gold each. So it's roughly 3.3 multiplied by 42. It's like roughly 145 to 150 gold per one full run. Привіт, на якому сервері краще починати грати? Можливо, знаєш українську гільду якусь? Друже, не знаю, що тобі порадити, тому що я граю на NA. Я не знаю українські гільдії, якщо чесно, тому що, ну, українська ком'юніті не дуже велике взагалі. Але я знаю, що хлопці десь грають. Я знаю українського стрімера, але він зараз не стрімить. Мабуть, було б доречно у нього спитати. Я напишу тобі його нік, а ти можеш у нього спитати, тому що я, на жаль, не можу тобі підказати. Це його нік на твічі. How good is a this mage in 1v1? Mage is, when it comes to 1v1s, mage is also kind of a victim class, right? So it's not really far from ranger, but mage is good in other scenarios, I would say. Single level crates or low level ones that are that much? No, that was the price for heroic crates. It was much easier to craft them like in phase 3. Oh, Fingers, hello. How's it going? How's an A? Not bad, I would say. Like, it's okay-ish, I guess. How is EU? I heard Lataria is like, it's very, very populated. Is it fun? Дякую, та нема за що. What armor stats should I focus on for a bard if I'm only level 13? Not sure what gear to even buy. Okay. Basically, you equip anything that you can get that has the important stats. Important stats for bard is magic power, magic crit chance, health. I'm not sure, maybe probably healing power too, right? Since you can heal as well. And then obviously magic speed, also not bad, but power, HP, and crit chance are the most important, I would say. It's okay, really busy, so many players. Are you, what's the political situation there? Is Cartel playing? Or not really? Hey bro, I hit 25, I only have 20 gold. What recommend for take money for, like, I'm sorry, I didn't, are you asking how to spend your gold or how to make gold? Make gold. Oh, that's a good question. Like, if you're a new player, I usually recommend doing gathering. Running crates is also a good idea. There are some guides on YouTube that you can find about this topic that will be able to give you like the understanding of how it all works. But yeah, crates and mules is the way to go for now. Caravans are not really relevant now because we're waiting for some changes about them from the devs. See Goods, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Do you by chance know how much journeyman hunting bow sells for? I think I saw one for, well, hang on. I saw a fishing pole being sold for 4 golds, and I saw hunting bow sold for 6. But if I recall correctly, let's see. Carpentry. Journeyman, let's type journeyman, right? I think it should be the same. Yeah, it's the same recipe. So if someone was selling a fishing pole for 4 gold, then probably it's the same price for hunting bow. But 30 processed boards and 3 blue bull thread shouldn't be that expensive. If you're in a guild and you have crafters, or you just find a crafter that will do that to you, you can just prepare the mats, bring the mats to him, and he will craft it for you for a fee. I guess that's also an option. Do you know where a stonework foreman is? I can't find one. Yeah, sure thing, bro. So you go to Briarmore location, right? It's Briarmore Farm here. And the stonework is, there you go. See, right here. It's on the map. You started in the north. Yeah, starting in the north is a bit more tough. And the thing is, I don't know. There should be an NPC here, I guess. But I've never played it. I've never even been to the starting area in the Anvils. Never started there. So, yeah. It is what it is. Hang on, I got a ping in Discord. What's going on? There's gonna be scrims tonight, but it's gonna be at 4 AM my time. So I'll be, first of all, sleepy as fuck, I guess, at that point, and secondly, I don't have a fucking gear, which is unfortunate. I would love to participate in scrims, not gonna lie. Actually, what time is it? It's 10 PM now. Let's keep doing our stuff. Hang on. Okay, we still have plenty of room. We are level 14 already. Yeah, actually I should have taken the gathering scroll, not gonna lie. Given the fact that that is equal to minus XP, seems like everyone is dodging it, making it kinda shit. I can't get a proper video of some nice PvP like for a spot or whatever. Everyone either live skilling like you or killing the same mob for the 5 hours. I mean, I don't know why people are mad because of the XP dat, because it's like XP dat is pretty much nothing. Like you kill 2 mobs and boom, it's gone. Like it's whatever. Because like it's not like it used to be in Lineage where you die once and it means like the next 3 hours you're trying to get your XP back, right? It's not super punishing. PvP shouldn't make XP loss, but the XP that you get while dying in PvP is like twice lower, so it's not even like, it's just people being people basically. Lefty plus plus, thank you for the follow, welcome. Yeah, so it's not even the full XP. So you're not losing a lot in PvP. Like even if it's full it's still nothing. You kill a few mobs and you're good, you know? Even if you die a couple of times, oh my god, 10 minutes of farm, you're back. I saw one of my guildmates have 500k XP that, like, well, I've seen, we had a few people in our guild that had the full bar of XP that on level 25, which is like 2.2 million. So yeah, once level 25, can you level? No, there's no deleveling here. Lineage is so much harder, people have no idea, bro. Like, it would be a fucking interesting to, you know, take, I don't know, 10 modern MMO players or like Zoomers and make them play Lineage and stream all the process. These people would have a fucking mental breakdown is like in 6 hours after, like, you know, struggling or God forbid dying or something like that. It was like, if you played Lineage, you, like, there's no other, like, other games. Wait, hang on. Oh, it's a 2-star. Okay, I'm roaching. See you, bud. Don't really want to fight it. Yeah, so what I was saying, it's like people who played Lineage, right? There is no game after that that's, you know, that is hard for them. Everything is super easy, because I like after Lineage I came to New World, and a New World was like a walk in a park. It's so, like, ridiculously easy, like literally like a game for 10-year-olds. I remember Lineage 2, I started with C2, it was crazy. Yeah, I started with C1 and it was, bro, and the thing is, like, back then you didn't really have, you know, you couldn't Google a shit ton of guides or something like that, or watch something on YouTube, because, like, you had to learn everything yourself through pain or like a word of mouth. And there was something beautiful about it, right? But and I kind of miss that nobody, like, there's nobody who can guide you unless it's maybe like a couple of friends that play with you, and there's a whole world and you have no idea like what's in that world, and you just explore and learn stuff. I miss that feeling, not gonna lie. Crazy Element, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support. Welcome. So yeah, and I had the same feeling the first time I logged in Ashes. It was maybe like a week or two before Alpha 2 started, because I got access to PTR, and I remember the feeling when, like, you see the loading screen and you're like, I've been waiting for it for like years. I wanted to, oh, we got epic, nice. I was waiting for it for years, and here's my first time logging in. And then you see your character, your first character, you make the first steps, you look around, and it's like, damn, I have the whole fucking world to explore, you know? And it's so, that's something like, you know, it's the same feeling when you watch some series or a movie and it ends up being fucking amazing to the point that you want to, you know, hit a wall with your head, to lose your memory, to get an amnesia, and just to watch it one more time, right? And it's the same thing. Hope the secondary. I also played Classic when they reintroduced it. I remember at level 60, we did like 10 raid bosses and each took 15 minutes. And I got 20% of a level. I mean, 20% of a level on level 60, it's a lot. Yeah, Classic was insanely, like, difficult. I remember checking stats, like the level stats of players, and there were 2 players who were like level 79 or something, or I don't remember, like one level before the max level, right? And their playtime was, I calculated that, and one of them was playing 8 hours a day for 2.5 years. Another one was playing 12 hours a day for 2.5 years, and they were not even the max level. You know, it was just something different. Hope the secondary archetypes let more classes tank. Having one tank class in game centered around grouping is right. It's just a lot of people like don't really like to play tank, but tank in Ashes is like a goalkeeper in soccer team, you know? If he's good, then like the whole team is like everything goes smoothly, but if he's not good, then the whole team is fucked. You know what I mean? I know it's a lot of fun, but you know how harder it becomes each level and how many more levels there was. Yeah, but the thing is, what I think is when you play a game like that, when like, you know, max level is 3 years away, you don't really care about max level. You just engage with players who are in the same level bracket with you, like, you know, plus minus 5 levels, and you don't really interact with players who are higher levels. And like it's like it's so unachievable for many players that they just don't care about it. They're just playing the game here and now, right? It's like, you know, like I probably, like if I set myself a goal to become a billionaire, it's going to be a goal that I will most likely not achieve, or like, you know, it will take a lot of time, or, you know, God know how many events for that to become possible. But you still don't stop, you know, working or doing something to make money, right? And I think it's kind of the similar thing, and it's kind of like an okayish comparison when it comes to that, because a lot of people, especially who played Lineage 2 Classic and they had like, you know, a couple of hours a day to play it, they were not playing it to reach max level because they knew it's pretty much impossible. They were just playing for the fun of it. You're right, but at the same time, endless mob grinding is so outdated. At least make it fun. Each mob is valuable and you have PvP. Right, so good rewards or something CBA to play. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, of course, like when it comes to Ashes, like farming mobs should be an option, and I think it should be the most effective option because it requires, first of all, some skills and grouping and interacting with other people. So it should be more rewarding than me picking flowers right now, right? But there should be other ways that are rewarding and that like other ways to gain adventuring XP. I probably mentioned, like, I think I mentioned it in one of the videos, but Ashes unironically has everything to make leveling very meaningful and, you know, like add variety to this, because you can do artisan skills, you can do like, they can work with commissions and make it like somewhat similar to New World Town Board. They can work more on the events, like dynamic events. They get they can add more stuff that like quests, obviously, that will reward players with XP. So like if you want to grind, you go grind. If you have half an hour, you log in, you do a couple of commissions. If you're tired of that, you go complete a couple of quests. You run out of quests, you go do gathering, right? And yeah, I think that might be a really good option. But the thing is, why people were okay with grind in Lineage is because even though you were farming mobs like probably 95% of the time, there was always something happening. Like you're farming a spot, people come to your spot and you start fighting, and they call their guildmates, you call your guildmates, and an hour later you have two guilds fighting. A lot of people don't even know why you're fighting, right? But they are just fighting because it's a guild versus guild, and it all started just because of, you know, one group came to another group spot, right? And that was the reason why grind in Lineage, even though it was crazy, it wasn't as bad as it is in, you know, probably other games of that nature, if that makes sense. And you know how useless were buffers there, and you needed them to recharge and give songs? Yeah, that was the case as well. Why are you picking flower for XP? I want to level my herbalism to 20, because I already have hunting, mining I will get naturally, lumberjacking is relatively easy. And I'm chilling because like I need you know, some brainless low IQ activity to talk, because I'm getting distracted. No scroll, no, I wanted to get one, but then I was like, fuck it, whatever, I don't care. It's not about the grind itself, it's about how the grind feels, like make it actually rewarding and interesting to do. For example, one thing TNL did right is PvP Islands with how... Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. Because they need to adjust the loot tables. The problem with grind in Ashes is that when you're farming in a group, what can you drop? You can drop items that are pretty rare, right? You can drop glint, but the glint is for one person, so like it's not gonna happen every time. So it's like maybe one mob out of 10, if that, right? You can also drop now you can also drop shit like, you know, emblems and recipes, but recipes are rare, emblems are like, you know, you don't drop them often as well. So I feel like there need to be something that you will be dropping like more often, so that people are just like, oh, I dropped something, oh, I dropped something, you know, that kind of thing. Because the drops are rare, even the glint is kind of rare, you know, and that might probably make the grind a bit more enjoyable. I think it's actually intended, like because at first I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck, but it seems that, yeah, it seems like they just, oh, we're gonna run out of space soon. And they fixed the rarity as well, because like I collected a lot of shit and it's only 3 epic. I actually haven't got a single legendary resource apart from fish on my fishing alt. So it seems that they are fucking rare. Just wish crafting times weren't so long. Crafting is instant though, or you probably mean processing, right? I remember I was playing Necro and I had to kill my own skeleton, then explode its body. When he brought a group of mobs, it was so fun. I played in Polish guild. Oh, you remember back then, necromancers to cast Death Spike, they required, you needed Cursed Bones. Because you can't just cast the skill, you need a consumable for every cast. That's why I quit. I understand that, because playing a necromancer was I couldn't break even on classic. Yeah. That was tough. Yeah, that was tough. On classic I didn't play much. I just played to kind of try it and see how it is, because I had like about about a month or something of free time, and I'm like, how am I gonna entertain myself? Okay, let's try classic. I was playing elemental summoner, like the elf summoner, right? And I was playing solo, so I didn't have any, you know, with one character, so I didn't have any buffers or anything. So I just basically played it as a single player game, but it was curious. It was an interesting experience, because then you, like, you know, when you're playing on, like, actually Smithy, thank you for the follow. When you're playing on, like, you know, on servers with higher rates like X5, X7, right, there are certain skills in your kit that you don't even use. But when you're playing in a, you know, on classic, every single skill matters, and you end up using skills that you never used, you never even learned them, but you had to, right? What would you say is the amount of time you'd spend grinding with a group in days before you're ready to PvP and do endgame stuff in the current Alpha 2 setting? So when it comes to PvP, PvP is an insane time sink, right? When you start learning and mastering PvP, like, you make progress fast at the start because you're just learning the basics, and, you know, like, if you spend a week, then the first week will give you obviously the most amount of knowledge. You will learn the most. The second week is going to be less, the next week is going to be less, etc, etc. So basically what I'm trying to say is getting extra plus 1% of knowledge in terms of PvP is gonna be getting more and more difficult. But how do I even phrase it? I don't know, like, in this guild, like in my previous guild, obviously we had players who are really good, like insanely talented and exceptional PvPers, and they never stop learning. They always keep, you know, trying new things, trying new tactics and stuff like that. And I think there is no end to it, to be honest, because there is always something that you can do better. And are you ready to PP? Do endgame stuff. Easy to learn, hard to master. Yeah, exactly. And in terms of PvE stuff, like endgame stuff, I think it's not, it doesn't only depend on your level, it also depends on your gear. Because if you have a good gear, you, like, all doors are open. But if you know, if your gear is as shitty as mine, you can probably, like, end up having a lot of places where you can get fucked. Bro, this field will never end. It respawns faster than I pick it up. Wait, what day is today? It's Sunday. Hang on. So what do we have today in terms of online? Oh, yeah, pretty 27, 28k. It's actually kind of surprising, because I would expect like more people to quit, to be honest. I would expect to see like 22k or something. If somebody asked me like a week ago and said that all-time peak was like close to 32. I thought the player drop-off would be like more serious, but it's like, you know, like what is that, like 5k roughly? It's like 15% less than at the all-time peak. That's pretty decent in my opinion. And 10 people could pick it up, true. The reviews are turning around as well. Of course, it's like Steven mentioned that in the past stream. But obviously there's gonna be a lot of people who would review bomb the game at the start instantly, and also because of the issues with the website, it's also obvious. But the thing is, like, those reviews, the reason of those reviews is not because the game is bad, because a lot of those people who wrote reviews, they did not even get in. They were writing those reviews because of the technical issues. Last time I checked, it's 53% positive. Let's see. It shows, I don't know why it shows 52 here, like when you hover over it, because on the Steam database it shows a different one. Maybe it shows like recent reviews or something. Hang on. Creation Steam charts. Because here it shows like 61, and I don't know how, like, why is it different from there? Yeah. And also, once again, another factor that you need to take into account is, like I said it before the start, like, guys, you need as many this big, huge, massive disclaimers written with big letters that this is like not a finished product, this is alpha and shit like that. And even though I said that, I fully acknowledge that it doesn't matter how many disclaimers you have. There will be people who ignore everything, who will just like, oh, new MMO, let me download it and play it. And then they're like, oh, there's bug, oh, this doesn't work. And like, bro, have you read what you're buying? Hello, Flying, can I ask something? Sure, man, of course. Maybe the holidays have given people more time to mess around. Maybe. Where can I find some gear for Mage Cleric? What kind of gear are you asking about? Is it like a beginner, like a starter gear, or I need to farm for my party? Radiant. I guess the plateau should be an option. So there's a spot called Ursan Caves, and there is a location here with goblins, and I think it might be very contested because so there is normal goblins and there is a two-star flayers. You can try farming there. They drop gear. Yes, it is. Oh, okay, so you know about it, right? So that might be an option, but usually you just like, I don't know, like any spot can drop gear pretty much. Or once again, you can always use my approach, which is, okay, we are full. You can always use my approach, which is just, you know, focus on farming gold and buy everything or craft everything yourself. Carfin, I haven't been to Carfin this phase. I don't know, like, how's the situation with drops there, to be honest, so I can't really tell. I spent time in Carfin the last phase and in Steel Bloom, but this phase we just leveled up and I haven't really done anything, to be honest. Bruh. At least it's good that Harper is close. Same, I have to check, I think. Yeah, it might be worth trying. Just come with the group. Spend like a couple of hours going from one spot to another and see how it goes. I regret accidentally logging out in Java. RIP. Yeah, might be. Might be a bit of an issue out there. Actually, can I log into my fishing alts now? Let me check. Let's give it a try. Okay. And one more run, I guess. It's actually something that might be a good suggestion, like quality of life, is to allow to buy storage tabs in Harbor, because it's going to be an extra little gold sink. And quality of life. Okay, launch the game. So yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I still don't have power. Hello. Oh, hello. How is it going? As ranger, long or short bow? Long bow. 100% long bow. What do you run on it for what do you run on it for PvE? What do you mean? I don't really get your question, to be honest. Oh, actually, I see a few questions on YouTube, guys. Once again, the chats are not merged, so the main stream is on Twitch. So if you want to ask something, it's better to do it there, right? But if you feel comfortable on YouTube, then feel free to stay there. Did they fix the dupe with crates? Yeah, a long time ago. New subscriber here. How long you been playing and how long did it take you to get to level 25? So we got this in this phase we got to level 25 in Like the first guys got to 25, I think, in like 2 days or something, 2 or 3 days. I got to 24. I was 24 around that time, or like almost 24. But then I had IRL issues because we had a blackout in my city, like permanent blackout for 4 days, and it took me 2 days to find a way to restore the power. So I had to, like, it took me a bit more time, but within 3 days with a good group, with a good, you know, with a planned route, you can get to the max level. So 40 hours, I mean, doable in 40, I think. Longbow, what skills? You can make a clip so that you will be able to rewatch it. So this is what I do, like when it comes to archetype skills, and this is the weapon skill tree that I'm running now, but it's for a group, because you see I have a bullseye and party bullseye, right? So it gets to my two other group members. Why longbow instead of shortbow? Because longbow has a 35-meter range for auto, like for basic attacks, instead of 30, which this is big. And secondly, it has more stats, like more stats in general, like more power, right? And third one is the finisher procs. Wounds are very good in PvP. While for short bow, I have short bow because like I don't have a level 20 longbow. For short bow, these where's that? These finishers, they're not only, you know, like not great, but they're also bad in certain situations, because snare is bad when you have mages in your group, and bleed might be, I mean, it's okay for PvE, right? But for PvP it might be bad in certain scenarios as well. For example, when, you know, if you have a mage that is using slumber in PvP, right? If he uses that and the target has bleeds, then the target will not sleep, pretty much, right? I actually feel like I'm slowly kind of losing my voice, because it's getting a bit more difficult to talk. And yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired. So today it's not gonna be a very long stream, right? I hope like people who wanted to hop in and ask something did that. And I guess we're gonna be chilling for now. Okay, why did you want to an A? Because my guild on EU is not really playing, right? There was not enough people like to play as a guild, and there was no other hardcore guild on EU, because another guild was Cartel, and Cartel was pretty much in the same situation. Like I was in holiday, right? So as a result, I decided to go to an A this phase. Big Rex, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate your kind support. And I guess we're gonna be, we'll see, maybe we'll, let me check who's streaming. I don't know these people. Okay, there we go. I know what we're gonna do. Hey there, can you help me figure out what apprentice trees are there beside willows? Kind of confusing without being able to see them in the lumberjack menu. Okay, yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I will most likely do, will be updating the guides that I have about gathering, processing, and crafting, right? So in anvils, there is a tree called Edeldom. If you want to find it, it's basically the same logic as willows. you find a river or something and you basically run along it and try to find, because it usually grows near the rivers, right? And tropics, it is in tropics it is dragon tree. Yeah, it's dragon tree. In June Dark is a little bit different, and I'm not sure there is, because initially when June Dark appeared it also had dragon trees, but now it doesn't. I've never, like, I haven't seen a single dragon tree for like since the last phase, so probably it has been removed. So probably there is no tier 2 tree here from what I know. And in desert, I think it's some sort of cactus, right? But that cactus is not used in any recipes yet, so it's pretty much useless. So basically, Weeping Willows, Dragon Tree here, and Edeldom here. Right? And what are we gonna do now? We're gonna do, where is that? There we go. Is Braidwood the only journeyman? No. Braidwood is a journeyman tree in Riverlands. In Tropics, is there a journeyman tree? No. In June Dark, it's Cacao tree. Here it is, in Desert, it's Joshua tree. And in Anvils, it's a tree with a name that is very hard to pronounce. It's fucking hell, I don't, how do you even pronounce that? Hang on, I'm gonna show you how it's called. It's called like this. I don't know what the fuck is this language. Corn Brolach? Corn Brolak? I have no fucking idea. So this is the tree from the Anvils. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I think I'll probably be... I will probably make the guides about every artisan skill pretty soon, so you might stay tuned for that. Because, like, I know this because I spend so much time here, like in game, but a lot of people, like a lot of new players who come, they are just fucking overwhelmed with all this new information, since it's not structured and there is no way to learn it unless someone tells you. Alright, and I think that's exactly what I should do. And meanwhile, we're gonna actually do the... Yeah, as a quick reminder before we wrap this up, we had a Q&A stream today, but you can always ask me stuff even when there is no stream. All socials, I dropped all socials in the chat now, so there is a Discord server that I have, and that's where people come. You can ask me directly pretty much anything, and the moment, like, the moment that I have a minute to like get back to you and reply, I will. Right. Also, if you're new here, like, even though I sometimes stream on Twitch, YouTube is my main platform, where I post guides, news, like info about the like patch notes, changes, reviews, etc, etc. You might want to give it a try. And I do have Twitter, aka X, but who gives a fuck about that, so whatever. What do you think about mob density? I swear some places you can't just move without run. Yeah, it was like, if it feels bad now, like imagine that there was like 3 times more like animals in Anvils in the previous phase. It was insane, and they tuned it down. So yeah, now it's a little bit more playable, but you know, it was a fucking nightmare back then. Komoyal, thank you for the follow. And yeah, we're gonna be wrapping this up. Thank you everyone for joining, and thank you everyone for your support, for your subs and everything. It means a lot to me. And we're gonna be raiding someone. Who's that someone? And it's gonna be Roxas. So Tell him that Flanker sends his regards. And there we go.
Recommendation. Recommend response.